What happened? It just cut off. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was. I don't know why it just ended. Anyways, it just cut off and then like I said, I don't know what the hell just happened. But I was just as I was saying, like maybe like a possibility beauty could be the fourth path is all the mirrors come back together and then recreates her and then now she's alive and then through that rebirth a new path would be born. So and the thing is with like order for example, because again with Sunday ascending to eonhood and becoming domination slash conquest besides order itself, even with that it still intertwines with order. So it's like it's not really like a full replacement. It's just I guess like an upgraded version, if you will. So from order to domination and conquest, and then beauty could be I don't know the what's something that's like connected to beauty. I don't know, gorgeous. Imagine that'd be hilarious. If beauty's new path would be gorgeous. That would be so fucking funny. But anyways, that's what I think. And then elation with that could be the I don't know. Because you can't say joy or sorrow, because joy or sorrow is part of elation. But I don't know. Something some other word for elation I just can't think of. And then for preservation it could ascend to uh I don't know, amber. Since Coil Pop traps everything in amber, and inside amber is preservation itself. So I don't know, something like that. Trailblaze could be travelers. Who knows? Or it could be destiny. Funny enough, it probably is destiny. But again, that's what I think. So I know that was very long, drawn out, a bit complicated, but again, just to like recap, I think the fourth path is every single path. Certain things has to happen in order for it to become the fourth path to finality. And again, it's not like a completely like order. Again, when Sunday ascended, he was following the order path. But when he ascended, it was like an upgraded version of order, which is domination and conquest. Which I still find funny because again, Saridra is also order, yet she talks about conquest and domination. So you know what's pretty funny? I'm gonna do that another time. I'm not gonna do that now. But with the other paths inside uh Amphorius, I'm gonna take a look at those also. Because I wonder if there's already like a quote unquote upgraded version of a specific path with all the other ones. So with like Cyrene, it's fully just finality, which is funny because fully does ascend when finality happens. Then again, that's a whole different rabbit hole. But yeah, I don't know. But that's what I think about the four paths. So again, I believe Asaprima was telling the truth in all three, or at least the paths. The stuff in between that he said after, yeah, I don't know about all that stuff. And I already know, because I could already foresee this. Someone watching this is gonna think about, oh yeah, but if he says different stuff, or like if you get a fail is supposed to be just not true, which yes, that is. But again, you did not pay attention to what the hell he said. A fail will be majority of lies, sprinkle of truth. A success would be a lot of truths and some lies. A critical success would be majority, like mostly the whole thing is true, but then he would still have a sprinkle of lie in it. So if you get a fail, it's not 100% lie. If you get a success, it's not 50-50. If you get a critical success, it's not 100% truth. So there's that. And when you talk about the Ravengers and you get a fail, he talks about Zephyro being afraid of the dark, which that is true. But it's not like he walks into a room and the room is dark and he gets scared shitless. that's that's not exactly what it means. I know there's a lot of memes about that, but that's not what it is. It's the nihility part, which I could probably talk about that because I think I probably know how exactly he became like a white hole. But anyways, um, but yeah. So he says that, and then he talks about Selenova being tone deaf. That is also true. But he says all this stuff in a fail. So again, the whole entire thing of what he says in a fail is not a lie. There's always a sprinkle of truth inside of it. You just have to figure it out. But but yeah, that's that. Oh, um, about the Ravengers. Dude, I was right about the Ravengers. Not about their weaknesses, but I was right about how Ravengers be Ravengers. Because even though I didn't think it would be like a physical like fight, I thought it would be a fight like in terms of stuff that they're connected to, which I'll explain. I thought it was gonna be like that. But Asar Prima literally talks about like a fight to become a Ravager. So I was still right. They do have to fight to become Ravager. Just not in the way that I thought it was. So like with Finon, with him, like he physically fought a whole bunch of people and then fought Zephyro and then scratched that nook. And then for Zephyro, I assume the same thing. For Asapri Mod, I thought his quote unquote fight was gonna be like a probability game. And if he lost, then he couldn't be a Ravager. But if he won, then he could become Ravager. And then with like Ventilia, I thought with her it would have to be something like abundance related. Like maybe she had to create something that Nook couldn't kill somehow. So I thought that would be like her quote unquote fight. So again, like I said before, I thought it would be specifically tied to what the Ravengers could do, not a physical full confrontation with Nanook. But Asar Prima revealed that uh, he had to do that, and he physically fought Nanook. So, oh, and there was also another thing I was also right about, like fully right about, not technicality right, is each Ravager does have like three separate parts. So with like I'll just use a Saprimon because he's the best example right now. But Saprimon was en route and then icy, and then when he was icy, uh, he fought Nanook and then became Ravager, and then that's how he got his third mask. And the third mask was blessed by Nanook, obviously, and that's how he became Asaprimon. So each Ravager has to go basically like three different stages, if you will, of like their life. And then the third stage is like the perfect being to Nanook's eyes, the perfect being to destroy something. So I was fully right about that. I'm trying to think of anything else. Because, like I said, dude, it was actually, wasn't the Temple of Space longer? Oh my god. I don't even remember when that thing came out. I thought it was like a couple months ago. I don't even think that's right. I think it was way longer than that. Cause I think it came out like a little after Barca. Holy shit. Oh my god. I have not been on YouTube for that long. Damn. So even the whole thing with like Ashbale being La Mancha, and then the Veracity Husk appearing, and Silverwolf being uh, level 999, and all that other stuff. Jeez. But anyways, I'm just talking about the last Planet Arcadia quest. I'm not gonna re-go through every single thing. But I will a tiny bit now that I just say that, because I still believe that a Sapri mod is quote unquote aha. Because I think the real aha is still sitting on an imaginary tree, staring into the void. That void is the Star Rail universe. Well, first is looking into nihility, and then through nihility is going to be the Star Rail universe. And I believe he does send like his conscience like into it and then does things. But as far as like okay, so pre-Plan Arcadia, there was multiple stuff that was quote unquote revealed, but they ended up being either doctored. Is that the correct word? Doctored, not doctored, doctored. Basically, ended up being false. It was tampered with, which I also think Asar Primon is connected to the history vixenologist, and I'll get to that after. But yeah, it's previous stuff. Again, pre Plan Arcadia, there was stuff revealed, and it was seen that Aha was the one who did it. But then when you do the Plan Arcadia quest, like from the beginning all the way up to now, it was revealed that Aha didn't do any of that stuff. The one who actually did it was Asap Primad. So that's why I think he's working with the history fictionologist also. Who knows? Maybe he even created them. Truly, who knows? Because we don't know much about them. So, but anyways, so I give some examples. Pre-Plan Arcadia, it was revealed that Aha and the Maskfuls created a virus to destroy one of the Ruperts in the Emperor War. Which I still can't remember which one it is. I believe it's Rupert II, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, so there's that. Aha blew up an Astro Express train. Aha has like some special boots that he could go into places that he's not allowed in, which one of them is the tavern. Um, what was another one? Aha, uh, well, that one was revealed during Plan Arcadia, but I'll still say it because again, after it was revealed that Asaprimon did it. But it was also revealed that Aha beat Veracity and then stole his primal module, which it took Taste, and that's how Veracity basically kind of disappeared, and now it's just like a husk. Um, I think that's it. Because there's one about Asheville, but that has nothing to do about Aha. Yeah, I think that's like all the majority ones. There's probably like some little ones like in what you call it in in like readables, which if I'm not mistaken, I believe one of them. Because I'm trying to remember. Because I know when you talk to a Saprima during the dice game and you talk about veracity, it's either success or critical success. He also reveals that he was fighting a creature and the creature almost bit off his head. And in one of the readables in the early Plan Arcadia quest, like very early, like first or second update, there was a readable about I mean not Saprimon, about Aha, that Aha went to see some beast, or it was like walking through the desert and then saw some beast and then begged the beast for something to drink, and then Aha like tricked it and was drinking his blood or something like that. It's like a whole long thing. But anyways, he's like tried to drink his blood and then the beast bit off Aha's head. And then there's like some other ones. Like I know one of them he pretends to be a beggar and asks for money. And one of the people says to him that when he's asking for money, like elation is failed and I don't know, some like whole big thing. Basically, Aha got pissed off and just blew up the whole planet. But anyways, so that wasn't the point. I was only gonna talk about Aha's head being bit off by some monster. But I believe in that also. When Asap talks about veracity, he talks about his head getting bit off or near bit off, something like that. So even with that, it's really Asap not Aha. So yeah, I believe the history fictionologist is working with Asap and the reason why I think that is because if they told the truth about what really happened, that Anru did this, IC did this, Asaprima did this, then Asaprima's like plan about what he wanted to do with Plan Arcadia wouldn't have happened because his plan basically would have like just got exposed. So it was like a long, gigantic, just like process, like just step by step, and then waiting for the right moment, doing certain things, and then you know all the stuff that's leading up to right now. So if the history fictionologist didn't alter history and put um, a Saprimad besides Aha, all this stuff would have failed. So that's what I think. And then another thing I also think that still leads with a Saprimad working with history fictionologists, or even creating them, doesn't matter, but having some connection to them. Another reason why I think that is because of Asheville. Because pre-Plan Arcadia, it was revealed that La Mancha and the Galaxy Rangers led propagation to Zulu and his fleet, and that's how he died. Now, post-Plan Arcadia, or still in Plan Arcadia technically, it was revealed that IC, which ended up being a Saprimod, IC told La Mancha about the veracity. Then he like entrapped. This is not confirmed yet. This is just a theory. I believe that a Saprimod put the primary module of veracity or taste inside of La Mancha's arm. And I'm gonna get to that after. But that's what I think what happened. So anyways, back to the story about Zulu and the fleet. It was revealed that after Ashvale saw the Veracity Husk, did whatever, because that part is not confirmed yet, even though I believe it's the primal module is inside his arm. Um, yeah, it was revealed that he was the one that killed Zulu and the whole entire fleet. So no Galaxy Rangers led propagation to Zulu. It was Asheville by himself using ferocity in his arm and just devoured everything and killed Zulu. So that's the real truth of what happened. But again, pre-Plan Arcadia, it was said that La Mancha with Galaxy Rangers led propagation to Zulu. So that's also that. Okay, so now for now for I said I was gonna do a very short recap. You're right. But dude, it's been so long, so I have to kind of dive into everything. Anyways, um, okay, so for Asheville, I believe he has the primal module of taste inside of his arm because even when he defeated Shuhu, which who knows, maybe some of that stuff is also altered. But since he was able to defeat him in the past, and then in I don't want to say present because present obviously is right now, and his quest or his update came out like March or something. So like during Plan Arcadia, um, during the early stages of Plan Arcadia, we meet which they're connected to Full Wish, but we meet those people first. damn, what's their name? Daybreak Squadron, which is almost like the knockoff Power Rangers. We meet them, and then Ashvale gets a sense of abundance. And then him and Kuchiba, which there's so many theories about Kuchiba. I really like the theories that I'm hearing. Even though I don't agree with it, I have my own, but they're really good. Anyways, we'll talk about that after. But him and Kuchiba start investigating this group that's associated with getting surgeries, and they basically take away your sorrow and make you like forever happy. I forgot the name of that group, but then it ended up being connected to Full Wish, and then the stuff that we know now, that Full Wish is has a flesh of Shuhu, so she's like abundance, and she did the surgery by putting like Shuhu basically kind of into everything. So slowly by slowly, Shuhu was becoming rebirthed again to its full uh, power, if you will, because Shuhu can never fully die. You could seal it, which that's what Blade ended up doing. Again, that's a whole different subject. But you can never fully kill it. You just have to like contain it or just beat it to a point that it's not full power. So almost the same thing with like Evanetia. Like I don't think she could truly die. She could be severely weakened but not truly die. But anyways, so yeah, and then it was revealed that the Power Ranger people that they were also connected to Full Wish, and they were the ones wearing the mask. So then that whole abundance thing happened. But like I said, during all of that stuff, Ashvale kept on getting like the sense or quote unquote taste that abundance was around before anybody else realized what Full Wish was doing with Shuhu's flesh. So that right there, I think it shows that what I see made Asheville do, or La Mancha during that time, is he ended up sealing the primal module of veracity, which is taste. And I think that's why Asheville could sense or quote unquote taste stuff around him. So, yeah, that's what I think is happening. And as far as Asar Primad's endgame, with awakening the veracity and having the sealment of taste inside Asheville's arm, I don't know. Probably veracity ascends, maybe into something else. Who knows? We just have to wait and see. Or maybe it's just still veracity. But I think when veracity reawakens, I think it's just gonna end up trying to kill Asheville because it's gonna sense or again quote unquote taste their own primal module, which would be inside Asheville's arm. That's what I think is gonna happen. Um, I believe that IPC, which is starting to look like that, so I'm gonna end up being right. The whole point of that IPC even being in Planet Arcadia is because they want veracity to break out of the the sealment that they're in right now. They want them to break out so Coil Prof could hit the hammer and trap them in Amber. That's why I think they're letting all of this shit happen. As far as why they waited so long, that I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Because one of the last confirmed winners is Oswaldo. Um, and he's with the IPC. That dude is a nutcase himself. There's a whole bunch of stuff about him, but we're not gonna get into that right now. But he's one of the last confirmed winners. So I feel like with him winning, he would have known that Veracity is sealed in Plan Arcadia. So why wait so long? Why create Plan Arcadia? Because when he won, it was pre Plan Arcadia that we see now. And then, Plan Arcadia that we see now is after Oswaldo won. And then you get Astropolis and all that other stuff. Like I said, that's a whole different subject. But the thing is, it's just I don't understand why they didn't try to do anything back then. Like maybe, oh, if I'm right about Ashville having the primal module inside his arm. But okay, if that is the case, then how the IPC would know about that? Anyways, it's just I'm thinking about like 10 different things right now. But maybe they didn't do it in the past because they know if they unseal Veracity and then seal it with Quillaprof, there's still a form of Veracity out in the universe. Because the Veracity doesn't have its primal module yet. So Veracity could just be rebirthed at any will. So maybe they're waiting for Veracity to reawaken, break out of the seal, and then get the primal module inside Asheville's arm, and then seal it all completely together, and then that path is dead. Because now it's trapped in amber. Maybe that's why the Stonehearts waited so long. That's probably exactly what it is. And then for Kuchiba, there's a lot of stuff. Secretly working with Order, a history fixonologist, kind of like Gallagher. She's Polka Kakamon. I really like that one, but I don't think she's Polka Kakamon. However, I do think Polka Kakamon is working with the IPC. So, just keep that in mind. But yeah, and then I heard one more thing. I don't even remember. Oh, that she's like secretly, which this I don't even understand how that would be possible. And what would her end game even be? I don't understand it. But I was seeing people say like her being connected to Veracity, or even an emanator of Veracity. That's like, I don't know about that. Like, no. But I do think that she's one of the head leaders of a group within the IPC working with Oswaldo. That's what I think is happening. That she's working with Oswaldo. And if she's one of the leaders of the IPC, she might also secretly be an emanator of preservation. Because there's quite a couple people that's leaders in the IPC and they're emanators of preservation. I think there's like 4 confirmed. There's Diamond, there's the one that starts with a T. Tavrian? Something like that. And then there's another one What did that person do? It was head of department of something. I don't remember. And then I believe they talk about one more, but I don't know if that was like old IPC and that guy is dead or that person is dead because I don't even know if it's a guy or girl. But I don't know. But Diamond and the other person, Tab, whatever the hell the person's name, Tiberian. I really don't even know if that's how you say the person's name. They're confirmed. And Oswaldo is one of the head people, but he's not confirmed to be an emanator of preservation. I don't even think he's an emanator of everything. Of anything, not everything. That guy is. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him. I will say this, speaking of Oswaldo, when we get to Astropolis, the Galaxy Ranger is gonna appear, Boot Hill is gonna appear, and it might be even worse than what we're facing right now on Planet Arcadia. Because he might become Emanator with his like desire to hunt and kill Oswaldo. That land is probably gonna glance at Astropolis and he's probably gonna aim his bow. So we're really in for real big trouble because I think that's gonna happen. But we'll get to Astropolis when we get there. But yeah, that's basically kind of it for Star Wars. I mean, there's like some other stuff, but you know, that was like a long recap. I said I was gonna be short, but unfortunately, that's where my brain goes to. And then Wuthering Waves, that's also pretty long. Uh, I know the live stream for Wuthering Waves, Neverness to Everness. Oh, and I think, excuse me, I think also Reverse 1999 is also this week. Because I think it's Reverse first, and then I think it's Wuthering Waves, and then Neverness to Everness. I think that's the order of live streams. Anyways, um, Wuthering Waves, yeah, there's so much stuff about, especially with Yang Yang. I think she's separated in like two essence, and the second essence, like the true god form of Yang Yang, is also probably the same one that like not resurrects, that ascends to the girl that you meet in the beginning of the game, that sends Rover into Solaris. I believe that's Yang Yang's true god being. And that was just separated into that villain. I thought he was the original doll maker, but then I reviewed stuff and that's not the case. And I'm saying this as like, because again, I haven't been here for so long and I've been streaming just throughout Twitch for like the last couple months, or since the last time I was here. I honestly don't even remember how long it's been. Anyways, that's not the point. Throughout from that time until now, I've been doing Twitch. So some of the theory stuff that I'm talking about, I was talking about during Twitch. So, anyways, yeah, the villain. I do, because for the longest time, I never believed in the the Fraxidus Overseer called His Excellency. I always thought His Excellency was just another way to refer to the Grand Architect. But now I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be wrong. Because I believe the villain that we're fighting right now, even though he swears he's not working with the Fraxidus, but I think he's unintentionally working with the Fraxidus and also an overseer of the Fraxidus. And I believe he is the person that people refer to as His Excellency. So I think he's that mysterious overseer that I didn't believe in before. So that's what I think his gigantic reveal is going to be. I don't think he's like any other people that they've named yet, like Siren and the second architect. I forgot that person's name. Um, but the second architect is Iris. So, but like Siren, we don't know who that person is. Then there's another one working with Siren. We don't know who that person is. The one that's connected to Hayuki's homeland. We don't know who that person is. Oh, I think it's Siren and Hydra that they're working together. And I think there's like one more name, but I'm not entirely sure. And then you have His Excellency, which I believe, again, that's the villain that we're fighting right now. Which I don't even remember how to pronounce his name. Mu Yu, something like that. I don't know. I still believe in the Seven Swordsman theory. I know I was talking about that for the longest time. Even both on YouTube and Twitch, I was talking about the Seven Swordsman theory. That, but I believe there's 7 assassins throughout the major cities that's connected to like Jinzhou, Mengzhou, and the other ones. I believe there's 7 assassins in each one. Originally 6, because I believe Genshu Len was one of them. But then he became a target, so then they had to replace him, and that's how you get the 7 swordsmen. But yeah, I believe Genshu Len was also one of the assassins. And the blind dude, I forgot his name. The blind dude had to go and kill him. But anyways, so there's that. I'm probably gonna be wrong about this, but I think that girl Qing Zhao, I don't think she's the Sentinel Resonator of Hishin. She just might be another Sentinel entirely. But we'll see if I'm right or wrong. The dude with the Tasser mark over his eye that looks like a scar, I believe he's also one of the assassins. Or 7 swordsmen, whatever you want to call it. Oh, which I was wrong. I was wrong about. But I might be onto something. Because throughout the quest of Wuthering Waves, Muyu, again, I don't even know if that's how you say his name, but Muyu was kidnapping people. So I was thinking he was kidnapping people and then turning them into like the robot machines as like some form of like experiment, but that's not what was happening. I was completely wrong about that. But I was doing a world quest, and in that world quest, is it the one with Dajin? I don't know if it was that same one or it was a different one. Anyways, it's one of the world quests. It might have been the one with Dajin. But there's a world quest that you do. And no, it's not the one with Dajin. It's that's something else. Because I know by the end of the quest, Because like near the ending of a quest, you go to some place and then some robot talks to one of its disciple robots, and the disciple robot thinks that the person that they've been waiting for centuries is Rover. It's a whole big thing. But that's not the same quest with Dodgin, it's a different one. Anyways, in that one, it like talks about the the robot and the robot disciples, and then their mission and waiting for the right person, and then one of them becomes kind of like a guardian to like this little girl because she gets like trapped in some place. So it's like I said, it's a whole big thing. But throughout all of that stuff, is revealed that robots, or those robots specifically, are basically like sentient like beings. And researchers were trying to figure out that how did they gain like a sentient like essence. And the people behind those researchers were the Corte Savante. So I'm not surprised by that. And the villain Muyu, um, he also was working on Corte Savante people, and he was also most likely working with the doll maker. But that's a whole different thing. But anyways, so I was thinking that I wonder if one of his earlier research projects was not necessarily taking humans and turning them into robots, but taking humans' souls and transferring it into like the robots. I wonder if he was the one that ended up creating those robots with the disciples and the whole little girl. One of them was like the guardian of the little girl, and that whole entire quest. I wonder if Muyu was the one who did all that stuff in the first place. And the one that they're waiting for is actually Muyu, not Rover. So, yeah, there's a whole shitload of stuff. It's very good. I'm looking forward to the future of what they're doing. And then Neverness, I just started. I didn't even finish because I was doing a whole bunch of other stuff inside Neverness. But I did start that little the new quest with the game within the game type of thing. I did start that. I like it so far, but I'm not far enough to really say is it fully good or whatever. But anywho, yeah, there's also a whole bunch of stuff in that. And then there's a lot of like anomaly secret quests, like the one with the eclipse. That one I love so much because it showed that the appraiser is like the one, or I don't want to say like, I would say one of the head figures of the anomaly people, if that makes sense. I don't want to say a god of the anomalies, because I do believe in the beginning of the game, that villain that we see with the Praiser and Bai Cheng, I believe that's like the god of the anomalies. And we also saw them in one of the previous quests before, but that's a whole big thing. Um, but yeah, but I think the Praiser is one of the top people of the anomalies again. So I guess like an anomaly god, or god of the anomalies, or someone with that type of title, because he was able to tell Eclipse what to do. And I know that doesn't seem like a big thing, but Eclipse has a very specific mission, and they're not supposed to listen to anybody because they have a specific mission. So if they deem that place, shit, what's the name of that city? Hetheru, whatever it is, Hetheru, again, whatever it is. If they deem it like humanity is not making progress, then they have to destroy it. So for the appraiser to tell the Eclipse not to complete their mission, that truly says something to me. But yeah, and then there's also the obvious. He understands anomalies, like literally understands what they're saying, like if they're talking like human to human. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. But anyways, Arknights. Oh, with the reveal of that girl being the administrator's sister, that's crazy. That's crazy. And to me, it makes me think that the administrator is supposed to represent doctor or doctor, however the hell fancy you want to be. And then the sister is supposed to represent I still forgot her name. The one that was working, not Amaya or Mia, the other one. The one who was originally working with Doctor. And then he went into the esophagus and that gigantic story. But the ones that was just letting all the crazy shit happen. It was him and another girl. I forgot the girl's name. I believe the sister is supposed to be the representation of her, and the administrator is the representation of Doctor. And then this is like Amaya's or Mia's. Uh, no, actually, I think it is Amia. It's like Amia's perfect little, well, not perfect. Try to make like a perfect little world, so they could fight the observers. That's what I think so far. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in between, but yeah. Um, what else? Zenless Zone. Oh my gosh, Zenless Zone is where to even start. Like, oh god. You have the Sunbringers. Then they're talking about enchainers and then karma cores that go into weapons, like Void Hunter weapons, and then yeah, it's like a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, I know in the last Zelda Zone stream when they were talking about a covenant, because I completely forgot they talked about this like 3 updates ago or something like that. I completely forgot about it. So every time I kept hearing Covenant, I kept on thinking of the Exalters group. That's not who she's talking about. She's talking about Covenant of Dayat, I think it is. Which again, I completely forgot about because they talked about it like 3, 4 updates ago and never mentioned the Covenant's name again. So I completely forgot about that. But it was really interesting because I was theorizing that that little robot thing is probably because originally, like during the time when they first mentioned the Covenant of Dayat, whatever it is, or Dayat, um, I was thinking that that little robot, like it had one of her partner's like soul inside of it, something almost like Orphe and Magus, like Magus's soul is inside the tail because it was an original person before. So I thought it was something like that, and I thought it was the girl with the purple hair. that was inside that little robot thing. And then, of course, you did the quest. There was also a trailer that showed what happened with the girl with purple hair, that she died from Ramio because she turned into an ethereal monster. Um, but yeah, so obviously it's not her. But then again, like I said, when I was going back and she was talking about the Covenant of Dayat, not the Exaltus, during that conversation, or during that update, because I don't think it was the same conversation, but during that update, they were talking about needing a key for a weapon. Obviously, ended up being Wise. Well, for me, Wise, because that's who I play as. Ended up being the proxy, who was the key to unlocking Ramio's weapon. I forgot the name of it. But then they were also talking about a key to unlocking like other secret stuff that they still have not explained yet. So I was thinking that that robot thing is either Ghost or Jin. Because I was also kind of thinking that when I was doing the last Zelda Zone quest. Like when I saw the trailer of that purple haired girl dying, and then even the stuff that she was talking about with the little robot thing during the quest, which I still don't know how it just be like appearing and disappearing out of thin air. That's a different subject. But anyways, I was thinking it was Ghost or Jin. And funny enough, ghosts and Jins could disappear and reappear. So that's kind of hilarious now that I think about it. But yeah, so that's that. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff. Like I think Sunbringer. Oh, because they also was hinting at the true um the true purpose of the three Sunbringers. Like like they're not supposed to be like Sunbringer. Well, that's what I think. But they were hinting that they're not truly doing what they're supposed to do because they don't even know what the hell they are. So, also during that quest, I was thinking that those three Sunbringers are not originally made from Sunbringer herself. That they're made from those monsters. And there's a couple reasons I think that. Well, one of them was able to transform into the youngest Sunbringer, and nobody realized it. So that's one. Then when you actually fight that monster thing, I forgot the name of it. It was a Gro Gilthabalu, some weird crazy ass name. The gigantic monster. You fight that, and then it lets go of the youngest Sunbringer. And then another gigantic monster makes like a fissure and then goes through the fissure. And it first looked like it was gonna attack Proxy, Sunbringer, and Ramiel, but then it ends up grabbing the other big monster and then going back into the fissure and disappearing. So I'm thinking that the original Sunbringer, because hands down she's a traitor. There's just no debate about it anymore. Especially with the reveal of her and Professor Archie. I believe that's how you say his name, Archie or Archie something. With her and the professor doing experiments on the other Void Hunters, that's crazy. So hands down, they're traitors. And then the purple hair unintentionally became a traitor because it's not like she wanted to become an ethereal monster. She just did because of Sunbringer and the professor. So she did technically become a traitor. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that um, I believe the original Sunbringer did create three things, and I think it's three monsters. I believe is the two monsters that we see, and then the third one. I know it's gonna sound a little crazy. I think the third one is that boy who's alive. I believe he's a monster, secretly a monster. I believe he's the third one because they're because the Sunbringer and the Professor did experiments on the Void Hunters, and then in Helios Academy, that's a whole nother big thing. I don't want to go too much into that because I think there's four groups of students. But anyways, let's just stick with Phaethon and Icarus. But I do believe there's two more. But with Phaethon, it's Bell and Wise, and one of them has an ethereal side. And then Icarus is Truvia. I don't remember the guy's name, but I know he's the brother of Truvia. And they're Icarus. And then throughout the quest, Truvia basically starts going against Bell and Wise because she blames them about her brother dying. And then, later throughout the quest is revealed that he's alive and whatnot. That's a whole another different thing. But I believe he's something like what Bell and Wise could turn into. So I think he's the third monster. So with Sunbringer creating those three monsters, I believe all three of them is enchainers. But they can't be a fully enchainer because of the karma cores. So I believe someone else, I don't know who the hell that person is, but I do believe someone else created, they stole the karma cores from the three monsters and then created the Sunbringers. So the Sunbringers are not connected originally from Sunbringer herself because she didn't make them. They're connected to her through the monsters because I think Sunbringer created the monsters, then the karma cores got stole from those monsters, and then the karma cores became beings itself, and now those are the three Sunbringers that we see. That's what I think happened. So yeah, a lot of stuff. But yeah, that's that. And this, whew, yeah, this is something. So I was completely wrong about Sandrone being the next pioneer and connected to the pioneer. I was wrong about all that stuff. About Sandrone connected to the pioneer or being the next one. Because I did a. Hold on, I got a hiccup. Or burp. It felt like a hiccup. Anyways, um, I did a theory video about Project Stuja and the Harbinger rankings. And then from like 5 all the way to 11 was kind of a little all over the place. Because I know I was talking about Nicole kind of separated in two essence of what she does, and one of them is Rooster and the other is a Wanderer. And then I was talking about the Pioneer and all that stuff, and yeah, that stuff is wrong. Even probably the Rooster and Wanderer, I still think will be the equivalent of Nicole. The Rooster, I'm not too sure anymore. But I'll also explain that since, again, I haven't done this so long on YouTube. But but yeah, the reason why I thought that is because I thought Sandrone and Columbina was gonna be on the moon, and then it was gonna be revealed that somehow, some way, the Order, which is like Renee, Jacob, and Alan, I thought they somehow connected to New Belong, and then created a weapon to destroy Tibet. That's what I thought happened, but again, nowhere near close to that. So, but but yeah, so Sandrone came back. Still a linchpin appeared. They never explained how the hell that happened. And it's not like all Fatui people have that, because with the newest live stream, when they showed other people's visions, they didn't have linchpins. Some do, and then most no. And there's a lot of electric people for whatever reason. I feel like I might know why, but anyways, um, yeah, all it just said is just from the third descender. So I don't know. This, yeah, I'm telling you, this is like a rabbit hole, because it also makes no sense why they even created delusions in the first place. But again, I'm gonna get to all of that. But anyways, yes. So Sandrone came back. Her and Columbina made up. Then this quest, a bunch of people got buffed. Um, Trying to think. Lance Final's wish was Sandrone's wish. Um, I think I can't even think about much. Because I don't even remember. Oh, what also happened during that time? The whole Dottore thing. Dottore, becoming like Irminsul, if you will. That the destruction of Irminsul, the Pyronosis being destroyed. Um, Nahida sort of like recreating Irminsul, just in a different place, which I believe is Aru, if I'm not mistaken. The people of Aru who was trapped there are free now. Throth, uh, Sekman, I believe, and I don't remember the other person. But I know the three gods that was trapped there are free. Kali was revealed to have the goddess of flowers, um, like inside of her, which that was so obvious, especially when you was doing the quest, because there was a part when they were fighting a Samaru, and then Nicole started talking to Kali, and only Kali. And then They were kept on fighting, and then they beat the enemies. And then one of the top research people, I forgot their names, but there was like seven of them, and each of them had like different colors. But one of them was talking to Kali, and then Kali revealed that she heard a voice, and then the traveling Paimon realized that the voice was probably Nicole. And then that right there made me suspicious already. So I was thinking an angel. And then the one of the researchers who was questioning Kali, he was trying to talk to Nicole and have Nicole talk to him, but it wasn't working. So then I realized right there that the god remnants that was inside of Kali was the goddess of flowers. So yeah, honestly, they should have never probably put that. As soon as that happened, it clicked in my head. It was goddess of flowers. It became so easy. It's just crazy how the hell did Tori even got that. There's like so much stuff that the Tori did that they never even explain how he got certain things. They just toss it up. Oh, research. Like, okay, cool. Can you explain how he got that stuff for research? Anyways, that's a whole different subject. But yeah, and then it revealed the other segments, and that the segments killed the original Dottore. And then him and Pantalone doing deals, and Pantalone is dying. And the elixir was originally for Pantalone in the beginning. That's why he created it. Pantalone also smokes like 100 cigarettes like a day. So he's trying to speed run his death. Officially, he's trying to speed run his death now. No more elixirs. And then you have the little lizard thing that people think the Tor is like inside of that, which I don't think that's what it is. I do think the essence of the Tori is alive, and that kind of goes back into the rankings of the Harbingers. I know this sounds very like, how is that even connected? But I believe I'm only gonna do the top four, because then once it hits Rooster and below, it's kind of tricky. Besides Pantalone and Child, but again, I would just still stick to. Actually, I'll just stick to three, because four is not hard at all. Obviously, Arlecchino represents Renova and represents death. So, but I think not in terms of power. Again, not in terms of power. In terms of what they represent inside of fate. And I'm putting it as fate and not Tevet because Descenders. Because if Descenders are not inside of Tevet, then they wouldn't have like no equivalence of something inside of Tevet. It's once they're in and then trapped by this prison that Thanes created, which is fate itself. That's the prison. Because even here on the moon, like, obviously, like, oh, well, we can't see Tibet right here. If you go to a different side of the moon, we'll see Tibet. I thought we could see Tibet if I went like this. But anyways, from the moon, you could see Tibet, the planet itself. So, and we know with Skirt's trailer, when she was coming into Tibet, it was like through the sky, and then she was passing all of this, and then she was passing, or she was shooting into the planet Tibet. So the false sky obviously is still a thing, but this prison of quote unquote fate is way bigger than just the false sky and Tibet. It's like a little bubble universe. That's literally what all of this is. That's why I call it a prison of fate. Anyways, now that that's established, back to the harbingers. So it's not the power level of what they equal to. It's what they equal to in terms of fate. So with one is the captain, and the captain has will, almost equivalent to like a descender's will, even though he's Conrian. But his willpower would be equal to Thany's will power, right? So I think that's why captain is one. The Tory being number two is the Tory is reason. And that would be equal to Thany's equivalent of reason. And then three would be Nubalong. And then obviously Columbina. It will be equal to Columbina. Because she's the tribunal moon authority. And so was Nubalong. He created the three moons. And then, like I said, Arlecchino would be equal to Renova because they're both death. So it's the equivalence of what the person represents. So again, Descender's willpower will be equivalent to a Conrian's willpower. So Captain is one, Thany's in the essence of will because he's a Descender. So that's that. That's one. And that's what he equals to. The Torre is reason equaling to Thany's reason. Then Conlabina, Nubalong, Arlecchino, I was about to say Nubalong, Arlecchino, Renova, and then so on that I have to figure out. And then you get to Pantalone, and Pantalone is the equivalent because he's like a Mora merchant, right? So let's just put it like that. Secretly, probably the richest person out Tibet. So that would equal to Zhang Li's essence of creating Mora. So again, not saying he's equal to his power level or he is Zhang Li. I'm talking about what Zhang Li did in the sense of creating Mora. So it's the Mora part that's equal to Pantalone. And then with Child, like, it seems to be like the perfect human, right? And then with like Fate's equal part of Child, it would just be humanity, which, any type of humans. Because humanity would be like Fate's perfect beings, and Child would be like the perfect being. So hopefully that made sense. So with also that being said, I believe in Project Stuja, which that's a whole big thing. Which we're gonna start getting into the live stream stuff now. But I believe that Project Stuja is multiple things. Gathering the Gnosis, creating the Harbingers, putting it in specific orders, people that represent people in rankings, if you will, of fate, not Tibet and fate. Again, Descender will, Conrian will, Reason, Dottore Reason, Nubalong, Columbina, so on. So it's the stuff that's keeping this little bubble universe intact, if you will. Which, again, I'm calling it Fate's Prison. So, again, um, the I believe Project Studios is a whole bunch of stuff. It's just not one simple thing. It's like a whole process. But now we're clearly entering the final stages of Project Studio. But I believe it started with the recruitment, the rankings of the recruitments, gathering the gnosis, and then people breaking their own fate. So, like, the captain using his Conran will to create a paradox against Renova, breaking his fate. Dottore, doing all the stuff that he did. The experiments, creating God, which was Wanderer. For that short time, because he didn't become a true God. But hey, you know what I mean. But doing that, uh, Goddess of Flower Remnants and Kali, all that stuff. And then the super big ones, like becoming the Tribunal Moon Authority, ripping the sky open, and then even after that, he did something even bigger, and literally like Irminsul himself became Irminsul, and then destroying Irminsul, breaking part of everyone's fate, and then even the segments that he created, all that stuff. And then Columbina also breaking her own fate by becoming the Tribunal Moon Authority, because that wasn't supposed to happen before. Clearly, that wasn't supposed to happen. Every time she was going towards the future, it was end up in the past. So she was like just stuck. And then a traveler did what they did, and etc. etc. So yeah, so then they had to break their own fate. And then once they broke their own fate, then with all of the gnosis, or a majority of all the gnosis, the final stages of Project Studio would happen. And originally, I was agreeing with the theory about Child becoming the third descender. But that's not the case anymore. Child will not become the third descender. Child is going to be something powerful. And I don't think it's because of Project Studio. I think it's going to be because of Skirk. That's a whole different thing. But I think what's really supposed to happen, and I say this because of the trailer about when they first showed the Shesnaya trailer, and then it showed Renova with a picture, and then tearing the picture apart, and then the Sarista, and then the little boy. That right there is what made me think about everything. And this goes with like breaking fate, because that's the whole point of the Fatui Harbingers, destroying the heavenly principles. In order to do that, you have to destroy the structure of fate, and then once you destroy the structure of fate, you could destroy the heavenly principles. But anyways, so I believe the one that's going to become like a descender, not resurrecting the third descender or becoming the third descender, that I don't think that's happening. What's happening is the Sarista herself will become the fifth descender. That's what I think the big, like, super important thing of Project Studia. There's also another part to it, but that's like the major one. I believe the whole point of the Project Stuja is the Sarista becoming the fifth descender. And then with her becoming the fifth descender, then they will go to war with the Heavenly Principles. And just for the sake of the theory, so it can make sense about what else I'm gonna say. They're gonna win, right? So if they win, fate is destroyed. Now there has to be a new established order. And the new established order will obviously be what the Sharista sees fit. So with the Sharista, she will just do everything opposite of what the Heavenly Principles did. So now the rankings will be flipped. So child being 11 will now be 1 because humanity comes first. And then money wise, because we don't know who 10 is, so let's just skip 10. But then, like an economic structure, if you will, let's just put it like that. That will be number 3, because Pantalone is 9, and then it will go all the way down. So then the captain will be equal to 11, the Tory will be 10, Conlabina will be 9, and so on and so on. Because like I said, the rankings will not be flipped. So now 11 equals 1, 10 equals 2, and all the way down. Because she destroyed the Heavenly Principles. Now she's establishing a new order. That new order would be her own version, obviously. And she can't keep the same stuff. Because if she still keeps Captain as 1, then she just destroyed the same order just to recreate the same order. So she didn't change fate at all. The only difference is now she's equivalent to Phanes, and the little bubble universe is still a prison of fate. So that's basically it. Well, majority of it. So yeah, that's what I think about. Uh, well, mostly think about Project Stusha, but the rankings of the Harbingers, that's what I think. And in terms of the Harbingers' uh, place inside this Project Stusha thing, that's also what I think is gonna happen. I think it's gonna flip when she establishes a new order. Um, yeah, and then the rest of Project Stuja is the Heavenly Principles itself. When she defeats it, I believe she's going to use Shesnaya as Celestia's burial ground. I think she's gonna bury Celestia in Shesnaya. And then just like encapsulate it in, in ice forever. That's what I think is gonna happen to Celestia. I think she's gonna destroy it and bury it in Shesnaya. Um, yeah, and with that, that's the entirety of Project Stusha. So again, in order is, which I'm also gonna talk about Piero and the Sarista, but just for right now, the Harbingers between 1 and 11. I'm just gonna keep it to that right now. So for Project Stuja is the recruitment, the rankings, Gnosis, Breaking Fate, all the Gnosis gathered, majority of Gnosis are gathered. Sarista becomes the 5th Descender. Now with the 5th Descender and her will, because that's the whole point of a Descender, the willpower. and then with the rest of the Harbingers, go to war, beat Celestia, beat the Heavenly Principles entirely, bury Celestia and Shaznia, and then she establishes a new order, and then the rankings would just be flipped. Because now the rankings are not equivalent to fate, they are equivalent to her new order, which she sees fit. So she sees humanity as the number one, whatever number two is, because we don't know who the Harbinger 10 is. And then three will be, like I said, an economic structure, which is Pantalone. And then so on and so on and so on. And then you go all the way down to like New Belong, which won't matter because fate is destroyed. Reason won't matter because Faney's reason is destroyed. The fate, uh, the fate's prison is destroyed. And then Faney's himself, the Faney's will as a descender, obviously also doesn't matter. So the Conrian willpower won't need to matter as much. So that's that. I was gonna lead to something else, but I don't even remember. Oh, the rankings of Sarista and Piero. Because, like I said, I was only keeping it to 1 and 11. Because I don't want to say too much things at once and everything gets complicated and confusing. But, so, the Sarista and Piero, the reason I think they're outside the rankings is because their like fates can't intertwine with the other 11. Even though I feel like it still could intertwine, which I'm gonna get to that, especially with the Sarista, not more so of Piero. But obviously the Sarista will be like the equivalent of like Thames itself. Again, I'm not talking about power level. I'm talking about like in terms of what they do, what they're supposed to do, and stuff like that. Their authority and whatnot. Not literal physical power. But anyways, so Thames itself, which is both reason and will be equal to Sarista. And then with Piero, I believe he's equal to the Voyager. And the reason why I think he's equal to the Voyager is because of a couple things. The Voyager obviously is extremely powerful. And they're not supposed to interfere with stuff. Yet they did interfere when they told the first angel the truth. And then them and the first angel went to war against Celestia. That's also a whole other thing. But I think he's the equivalent to the Voyager because, well, one, he's out of the rankings. Two, when you watch which this was like years ago, that Winter Night trailer, and he's walking up to the chessboard. He's not moving any pieces. He's not moving it himself physically. He's just watching the chess pieces move. And we know he's not playing the game of chess because in the Shaznia trailer, it shows the Sarista and Rhyme daughter playing chess. So all those previous matches has been between them two. Piero has just been observing and watching exactly what the Voyager does. Now, with me bringing up the Voyager interfering and being with the first android to wage war against Celestia, this is how Piero will do the same thing. The Sharista is planning to kill Renova, and that obviously seems like a good idea because of what Renova did. And now with the reveal that Conorians are the descendants of the Sharista, which I still don't know. But anyways, now it's way more personal than just what we originally thought. But here's my problem, and this is why I said earlier that even though they're not in the rankings, so they don't intertwine their fates with the other 11, they still might. This is where it goes into play. Because I think if the Sarista actually does kill Renova, fate is sealed, no matter what. The Traveler cannot do anything. I think the death of, because the death of Renova obviously has to happen, but for it coming from someone that's connected to the Conrians, in terms of like, she literally basically made all the Conrians because they're descendants from her. That right there, I think is gonna seal fate. I don't think she's the one that could kill the Conrians. I mean, kill Renova. I think there's just too much at stake, if that makes sense, or at stake. But yeah, I know they're gonna push her towards that. Obviously, that she's gonna be the one that kills Renova, but that can't happen. That can't. Because I think if she does that, and with fate sealing, well, first of all, the reason why I think if she does that and fate was sealed in the first place is because you need, like, that's pretty crazy to say, but you need like a form of death around. So if the Sharista kills Renova and then there's no death, and then they still fight the Heavenly Principles, then how will the Heavenly Principles die? See what I'm saying? Like, it just wouldn't happen. She's just entrapping herself. Again, sealing fate. And with that also happening, she's gonna fix the paradox. Because there's multiple paradox right now with Renova. The biggest one is Renova and the captain. So if she does that, shuts down the paradox, fixes it. Now there's no paradox. Now what? Again, fate is still fate would still be sealed. She just basically wasted her whole entire like mission. Like Project Studio would be nothing. So I think Renova has to die, which again still kind of makes no sense because I just said you need death alive. But that's where Piero comes in. And again, in the beginning, I said Voyagers have no fate in Tevet because they're just supposed to observe. But they interfere, just like the Voyager and the First Angel. So, where Piero comes into play is I think Piero has to be the one that kills Renova. And if he kills Renova, necessarily fate is not sealed because the Sharista didn't do it. Even though he is a Conrian. But again, like I said, since he's the equivalent to a Voyager, then his fate would not matter towards Tibet. So he could basically, not exactly like that, but he could like do what he want, if you will. It's, I guess, it's very, very complicated. but yeah, that's what I think. I think Piero is the one that has to kill Renova. And with him also doing it, even if, let's say, okay, let's put it like this. Let's say if being the equivalent to the Voyager, that fate doesn't matter towards Tibet, but it could affect him, then it still honestly also doesn't matter, because if he's the one that kills Renova, and let's say both of them die, then they could still continue forward and fight Celestia. And the Sharista, since her fate is not sealed, and the rest of Tibet's fate is not sealed, they could still continue forward, beat Celestia, create a new order, and you know, everything else I said before. So, that's what I think. But yeah, that was a lot of stuff. but but yeah, um, yeah, dude. As far as the Sharista being revealed as like the leading point of Conria, there's just so much to question. There's so much to question about that itself, and I'm not gonna even try to. I mean, maybe I'll try to theorize it after I say all this stuff, but I'm not gonna say it during it because I'm really gonna confuse the hell out of myself. but okay, Renova cursed all Conrians with the curse of immortality. Non-Conrians, but who were in Conria, that got cursed and turned into Hilichurls. Then she destroyed Conria. Okay. So if the Sharista is like the starting point of all Conrians, does that mean all other people just like the Sharista, like Phase, like are they all cursed with immortality also? Even though they're not Conrians themselves, but they're literally the same thing as the Sharista. And it's the Sharista like created the Conrians with the third descender, then is everybody else also cursed? Or is it just that little birth group just cursed? I don't know. That's just probably overthinking. But now here's actual legitimate questions. Truly, how old is she? She has to be older than Zhongli and Venti, or just as old as them. Because you have the Crimson Moon dynasty that was around when the three moons was still up in the sky. So like I don't know. Like how far back does this go? Like is she the mother of literally both Conrayan dynasties? Or is she the mother of the Eclipse dynasty? And if she's the mother of both Eclipse and Crimson Moon, then how will she be the mother of the Crimson Moon when I'm pretty sure the third descender wasn't even here during the Crimson Moon time? And let's just say, okay, let's just say that that is the case. Both Conran dynasties lead to her. Okay, so the first one, the Crimson Moon, how the hell did she create all those people? And why did they follow the which moon is it? Is Eternal the red moon or is Eternal that blue green-ish thing? Because you have the Frost moon, which is this. You have the Eternal moon. I don't even remember the hell the other one was. Is it Blood moon? Or, no, it's Crimson moon. Stupid. Anyways, yeah. Anyways, the point is why did they follow the Crimson Moon and not follow the Sharista? And then, okay, let's just say that happened, and then the third Descender came, did all the stuff with the Belazar, which I would admit I'm wrong about him being the first Cryo Archon, but the same thing happened before with Dottore remembering Wanderer. I said he remembers. I said he remembers, and most likely the Sarista and Piero remembers Wanderer. And then in that same quest, which was the one when Conlabina came out, oh, Dottore didn't remember anything. Somehow. Which to me made no sense. But I just left it alone. I I admitted I was wrong, literally for no reason, because I was right. And then a couple months later, the Sumeru quest comes out, and Dottore did remember Wanderer. So yeah, I'm not gonna throw the towel in and say that the Tsar was the first Cryo Archon. And it doesn't. No, you know what? I'm just gonna say it now. It doesn't make no sense because people like him who was approached to become an Archon denied it because they wanted to break fate and do their own thing. Basically what the Sharista's trying to do right now. Because Deshret was approached, he denied it. Remus was approached, he denied it. It doesn't say this, but I'm assuming the one who was the original leader of the Yakshas was approached, and I'm pretty sure she denied it. Decarabian, I'm pretty sure he also denied it. So, and these are all people who had the mindset of like we're gonna break fate, learn the forbidden truth, learn a whole bunch of stuff, alchemy, bring in descenders, fight the heavenly principles, establish a new order, all that stuff. And the Belazar or Belizar was one of those people because he was trying to do that with the Phase, go against Celestia, and he even had the third descender with him to fight against Celestia and the heavenly principles. So him like being the Cryo Archon makes no sense because it just to me it just shows that he submitted. So it literally makes no sense to me. So I'm still not believing that. I'm taking that with a grain of salt. But anyways, um, yeah, I just needed to mention that because it's like crazy. Like I know they said it in the live stream, but I cannot believe that bullshit. Especially what happened about my Dottore theory about him remembering Wanderer, and I was literally right the entire time. The game said no, and then a couple months later they said, "Oh yeah, you're right. He remembered Wanderer." Like what the hell, dude? So again, anyways, um, where was I even leading to this anyway? Why did I sidetrack to that? Oh, because I was talking about the Sarista and her being the mother of all descendants of the Conrians, or Conrians, the descendants of her. Same thing. So, so yeah, so the the Crimson Moon happened, right? Who the hell know how that happened? But let's just say they were birthed from her, right? Then eclipse happened. Third descender comes, does what he does with the Tsar. Oh, that's why I led to the conversation. I remember now. But anyways, yeah. So he did what he did with the Tsar. The Tsar just disappeared. I have a whole bunch of stuff about that, but that's not the point. He just disappeared, and then him and her had a son, and then the Eclipse dynasty was birthed, and he died and turned into the Gnosis. Like I don't like how the hell does all of this happen in order? Like I don't know. And that little boy, I'm pretty sure. This is sad to say, but I'm pretty sure he's probably dead, or something like what the captain is in, like in a coma, if you will, because I believe he's inside the Kresnik torch, and he's what's lighting the torch to stay aflame and keep the people of Shaznia warm. Because clearly it's not a regular fire. It has to be like an eternal thing. And I think the closest thing to an eternal flame would be something like a willpower. And if he's the child of a third descender, then automatically he will have some type of willpower from him, because again, he's a child of a descender. So that's what I think is happening. But yeah, like, dude, like I have no idea. I feel like this timeline is just like all over the place now. Like, how the hell is this again? How is the Sarista like the starting point of, again? Because we don't even know if it's every single Conrian, like including Crimson Moon. Because in the live stream they don't clarify that. They just say Conrians. And you can't be like, oh yeah, they say Conrians. Obviously, that means Crimson Moon Conrians. Because multiple times before in live streams and even in Quest, when they talk about Conrians, they mostly talk about the Eclipse Dynasty Conrians, not Crimson Moon. They just recently started talking about Crimson Moon in Quest, which was like Nocry and Revere hunting all of them and etc. etc. So again, they didn't clarify if it's Crimson and Eclipse or just Eclipse. And even if it's only just Eclipse, again, how the fuck is that possible? Like, where did all of this stuff come from? Because I'm pretty sure he was already dead when they were born, no? Like, and if that little boy is like the first child and created the Conrians, also how? Because I'm pretty sure, again, sad to say, but I'm pretty sure he is also like dead or in some form of like in a coma state. So, like, where? I just don't know. Bro, this is just like too much. Like, I really don't know. To me, it literally just makes no sense. I don't understand it. Yeah, it was a cool reveal, but like, how does all this stuff add up? Like the timeline to me makes no sense. Like, I don't know, and I could be 100% wrong about this. But wasn't the Crimson Moon also alive before the Sarista? That I have to check. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure about that one. That one I could be wrong about. But I don't know. I really don't know. Honestly, I don't even know why they went that route. I mean, again, like I said, it is a very, very good plot twist. And it's like a holy shit. Now it makes even more sense and like more fuel to the fire of Sarista wanting to fight Renova. But I'm just thinking like I don't know. Because I'm trying to think of like a timeline and it just doesn't make sense to me. I think Genshin just wanted a holy shit moment just to keep people talking about it. So they came up with that. And they really didn't do like their due diligence and make sure stuff adds up correctly. Cause I don't know. Like I'm even thinking if it's only Eclipse Dynasty, like somehow that still doesn't make it better because how the hell did all that happen? I really don't know. I really, really do not know. Unless, which, if that is the case, then who was the one that created that? Because it wasn't the Sarista herself, because she doesn't do alchemy. So who was it? But even if it's the case that the Conrians are all somehow made like how Albedo was made, like alchemy wise, and they're like some synthetic human type of thing. Who was the one that created that for that to happen? I really don't know. Like I said, I think they just did this as like a holy shit moment to just get people talking, which clearly is working. But I don't think they honestly thought that through. And now the problem is also is you have so many like paradox and what seems to be like time loop and also some form of like a time travel, even though technically it's not a time travel, which I'm referring to when the siblings meet with that Conrian girl and the spaceship key, that whole thing. Basically, another paradox since it's not technically a time travel thing. There's just like so much. I don't know, man. I don't know where the hell they're trying to go with this. I think they did this too much. And then even in that same part, when the siblings meet with the whole spaceship stuff or the spaceship key, another thing is the birth of the new Conria. Like, how is that gonna work? And what happened with Mary Jafara? Why is nobody talking about that? I just remember that because when the summer update came out for, which was last year, for Natlan, when it was about Bennett and Marjavara and all that other crap, they said they were gonna slowly by slowly release updates about Mary Javara. It's been literally a full year now, and not one single update about Mary Javara. Like, what the hell happened? And my theory is that when the Abyss sibling activated the Atlas is gonna work in Mary Javara, and Mary Javara will be the new Conria. And even if that theory is wrong, which I don't think is wrong, I'm pretty sure it's right. But what's up with this new Conria? Like, they activated it. Like, is it supposed to be like a brand new looking Conria with the same people and memories? Or is it the exact same Conria that happened before? It's just in a new place? Is people gonna remember all the stuff that happened before, like with Renova killing them, and like what's up with that? Like, what happened? There's just too much. I don't know. I don't know. And knowing Hoyoverse, I hope this is not the case. I really, really hope this is not the case. And honestly, I don't want to say Hoyoverse because they do well with like Zenla Zone. Even the Haka Impact is starting to be a tiny bit out there. But overall, I feel like it's doing pretty solid. I know a lot of people don't like part two, but I feel like it did pretty solid. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is with Zenla Zone, Impact, third part two, and Star Rail. Like, yeah, there are some stuff here and there about story, but overall, it feels like thought out. This just feels like they thought of too many things at one time. They can't figure it out, so now they just create these time paradox craps, and it's just a whole bunch of like little stories that's just incompleted. I don't know. I really don't know. But I wonder, and again, like I said, I hope this is not the case. I wonder if they're gonna try to pull a fast one and try to say, oh, the new Conria that the Abyss sibling created, the Sarista is somehow the birth of like that. Like the descendants of the Conrians is from that new Conria that the Abyss sibling created, and not the two original ones. And even with that, if they try to say something slick with that, that's even worse because then explain how the fuck are they connected to the Sarista? Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I know it's very early. We haven't even gone to Shesnaya yet. So stuff could add up and make sense or not make sense. But like, I mean, like, come on. Like, there had to be some type of like implications or some type of hint or something of like connecting to the Sarista. Like I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. It's funny because I'm saying all of this, and I did see one video, which I don't even know where the hell this person got this from, but I did see this one video saying that the Sarista is the daughter of the first angel and the Voyager. Which that part is not bad. It's a decent theory. It's pretty crazy. You know how I like crazy theories. But it's not bad. I don't agree with it, but it's not bad. But then the person kept on saying, like, kept on talking about that. And then they came out and said that due to the first angel and the Voyager creating the Sarista, the third descender appeared to try to fix that paradox because somehow it was a paradox, which again would make a tiny bit of sense because Voyagers are not supposed to do anything; they're just supposed to observe. I could put up the artifact thing. Um, but yeah, I actually let me do that. Let me do that while I finish what I'm saying. But yeah, they're not supposed to interfere with anything. So I guess with that, it could be some paradox thing, but I don't agree with that. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is that the person in the video was saying that, and that the Voyager appeared in order to deal with the paradox, and then they fell in love, and then with that, the Conrians appeared, and then because of the third descender not killing the Sarista, Thames killed the third descender. Like, what? Like, two things with that. One, Thames already disappeared, dead, sleeping, whatever. He's just no longer around. People can't get in contact with him. He just disappeared, just like Nubelung disappeared. I have theories about that, but that's not the point. Um, so that's one. And then two, if Phanes himself saw some paradox thing that could destroy the fate that he created to try to protect everyone, which I also have theories about that. But him creating this like little bubble universe of fate to protect people, and if there was a paradox inside because a Voyager came, did something it wasn't supposed to do, then Phanes himself would just deal with the problem. Why would Phanes call for a different person who could come into Tibet and cause more problems to deal with a paradox when he could deal with the paradox himself? That like it didn't make sense. But I don't know. I think is it this one? Oh no, this is talking about the Tsar. Yeah, I still have that theory that what's the girl's name? The girl is keeping the Tsar inside the abyss because he keeps having the same memory over and over. But what's the girl's name? It starts with a V, and I think she's also funny enough. I think she's also. Oh no, it doesn't start with a V. The one with the V is someone else. I believe she's one of the girl that I'm thinking of. Or maybe it doesn't even start with. No, it does start with a V, and it is someone else. Because I'm thinking about the girl from that live stream, the singer, which I also want to talk about that. But the biggest important thing that I really wanted to talk about was the Sharista and the Conrians. But anyways, that name right there, Oxina. I think she's the eighth witch, and she's the one in charge of holding the Tsar inside the abyss. That's why I think we don't see her, because she's in the abyss with him. But that's not the thing that I'm looking for. Hmm. Because it talks about actually, is it this right here? Observe, calculate, record, and inscribe. Every world within the reach of wisdom is being engraved into the eyes of the void. For some reason, oh yeah, I think this is it. For some reason, the race that claims to have transcendent time continue to carry out an eternal mission among the stars. Despite their knowledge that the darkness which erases existence itself was an inevitable end beyond all return, the chroniclers, the descendants of the ancients, remain faithful to their mission, engraving every star into memory. Yeah, this is this is the Voyager. And this Voyager, newly awakened from the void, was but one among those countless chroniclers. So yeah, see? The only thing they're supposed to do is just record. That's where I think, which previously I didn't think that, until it was revealed in the Sumeru quest that Irminsul has been there since Phanes came into Tibet. So even before he landed in Tibet, Irminsul was there. And then when he came into Tibet, Irminsul was still there. So I'm pretty sure Voyager is the one who created Irminsul. And if they're supposed to record everything, like um like what Irminsul does, because Irminsul is basically kind of like a data bank, if you will. It's just a recorder of everything. So I'm pretty sure that's how the chroniclers record their data. They go into places, plant a tree, through that tree, it gets all memories, information, all that other stuff. And then the Voyager comes. I don't know if they retrieve the whole entire tree or just retrieve the information inside of it and then go and do what they do. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the Voyager is the one who planted Irminsul. But anyways, I just wanted to show that it shows that the Voyager or the Chroniclers, which that's what the Voyager is, they just record and they're not supposed to interfere. But but yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't make sense for Phoenix to call into someone else to do that, to handle a paradox. There was even something before. I was gonna say that. Shit, I forgot. Um, damn, why the hell I can't remember? 'Cause, 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 ' Oh Lord. Oh my god, dude, I'm drawing like a humongous blank. Because I was talking about something else, and then I brought that up, and then I brought up the artifact set that talks about what a chronicler is supposed to do. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is I don't know. This is so much about the Conrians being descendants of the Sharista. I really don't know. I don't get it. Right now, I don't see how is that like a thing. And even with, because let's just take out the fact that Conrians are descendants of her. And again, we don't even know if it's both dynasties or just Eclipse. Or is it only just Crimson Moon? Who knows? But what you call it? But the first angel and the Voyager went to war with Celestia. And then clearly they lost and a whole bunch of shit was destroyed. Hyperborea was destroyed. The Line of the Phase was also destroyed. It's just ancient Shesnaya. Because they also waged war with Celestia. So I don't know. And besides, I feel like the people that's connected to um the first angel and the Voyager is the Phase themselves. But I think it's like kind of something like Sealy's, if that makes sense. Because I think they were like spirits of what happened before. And then the phase that we like physically face that we see now. I'm pretty sure that's from because actually that's also in artifacts because it talks about the Snow King, which is the Tsar, being born. What was the exact words? Born from the bulwark of a creature, which I'm assuming the creature is the cryo dragon. I think the phase physical being was born of the cryo dragon. Is it this artifact set? It should be this one. Because I know it says something like, uh, born from like bones and bulwark of a creature. I don't think this is it. Because this is mostly stuff with the Voyager. Mm, no, this is about the moon. Man, where the fuck? Oh, hold on. It might be the wings. Uh. Oh, but it doesn't say the bulwark part. But it does say, according to legend, the king of the Fae of the Snowlands, a hero born from the bones of a great beast, sought to unite the entire continent. And then this talks about him fighting, uh, basically like his arch nemesis, which is Chernobog. We know it's Chernobog because when we talk to, there's a bard in Not Cry who speaks about a story of centuries fights between the king of the Faes, the Tsar, and a beast, which is Chernobog. But I wonder with Chernobog, I wonder if he's like the abyss version of the Cryo Dragon. Because we know the Pyro Dragon had like an abyss form. So I wonder if the Cryo also did the same. Excuse me. I wonder if the Cryo did the same thing. But yeah. Trying to think of anything else. Dude, oh my god. I'm so upset with the live stream because I thought we was gonna get so much like quality of life updates. Bro, the only quality of life that they're adding is this dumb shit. Pins. It's from 300, now it's what, like 350? Bro, such such a fascinating quality of life change. Like, who the hell needs 300 plus pins? like like I don't even think lore people need all the pins. Like, you could literally pin all like little readable stuff that you can't collect, which I still don't understand why that's a thing. But anyways, you could pin all that stuff and it still won't even add up to 300. Like, I don't see the purpose of why the hell there's so many. But that's the quality of life that they updated. More pins. Like, dude, seriously? Like, what the hell? Like, no passive resin. Uh, which, oh my, I still cannot believe that's not a thing. A passive resin. Or even much faster and easier ways to get like the little moon things to refill your resin. What else? To me, I still hate the talent and domain artifacts. What's a talent and artifact domains? To me, they need to do a better job with that. And yeah, it's cool that every new banner, like for like the first like week and a half or whatever it is, you could do like a talent or a weapon ascension thing any day. But then after that, it resets and you have to wait for a specific day. That's also stupid. They need to throw that shit out. Um, fighting bosses, like the weekly bosses, that also needs to change. Because there are so many people. First of all, I don't even know why the hell. I understand Genshin was like the first one or one of the first ones to do the whole gotcha stuff. So, everything they did was basically because they were kind of like the first. But this right here, this is crazy. This is dumb. Why for every single boss, there's three different ones? And it's not like you fight the boss and it drops all three. It's not like that. It drops it randomly. Like you could get that, or you could get the other Dotori piece, or the other Dotori piece. Like, that is so dumb. All their other games, you could fight a boss, and all material. Well, first of all, you only need one type of boss material. I don't know why this one has three, but like the new quality of life that they should add to that is because I know they're not gonna take out the three things and make it one because that would probably be way too much for them to do. They might have to restructure the entire game, and that's a whole other thing. That's probably exactly why they're working on Genshin Impact 2. But anyways, bro, they need to make a quality of life that when you fight a boss, you get all three drops. That's how it should be. Not just randomly you get one of the three. You should get all three. I just find that stupid. Um, yeah. Me, I don't personally need this, and I don't think they should add this because people are already having trouble talking about lore. Like, if you're learning, that is perfectly fine. But there is some people that swear they know everything and then they say the most crazy shit ever. And they say it as a fact, not as a theory. They say it as a fact. Like, oh my, dude, I know I said this many a times before, and it's so funny because I know, again, I haven't been streaming here in a while. I've been doing it on Twitch. But I know on Twitch, sometimes when I will talk to people about like lore things, I will always bring up the one of the first theories I've ever heard when I really started getting into the game. That the captain was the one who defeated the cryo dragon. I remember hearing that so much, and somehow people were saying it like it was a fact of the game. And I bring that up to people who are like much older players than when I started playing, and they don't remember it. Which is, I find that so funny because I literally saw that basically everywhere. But, anyways. But yeah, and then, speaking of Cryo Dragon, um, and which I start as soon as I saw that, I started taking those Hoyo wiki stuff, uh, um, like with a grain of salt. Unless if it's something like this, I'll show you real quick. Unless if it's something like something like this that is like fully written out, and all they do is just take this and then put it on the Hoyo wiki. That's something different. But when it talks about
Would you
other
like to
stuff,
go moon gazing?
that's like
You can sit in my rocking chair and
not
admire the view.
confirmed or whatever.
Or we could go to the moon
That's
and
like,
gaze down
okay,
into that.
I'd take that with a
Whatever
grain
you
of
prefer.
salt. Because where are they getting this information from? Because I know a while ago I was talking about the dragons. well, it started off with talking about Nubalong leaving, and why did all these people rise up to try to fight each other and gain authority? What the hell the dragons were doing? It was during all of that, which still does bring the question: what the hell was the dragons doing? Anyways, that's not the point. The point is when I was talking about all of that, and I was talking about which the same thing I said earlier, that my theory about the cryo dragon is that it's dead, created the phase, and then the other part of the dragon went into the abyss, and then the abyss created Chernobog, which is like an evil cryo sovereign. That's a theory that I have. So I was talking about all of that, and then I was looking up to see if there was like official mentionings of the cryo dragon, and there wasn't. But when I was reading some of the stuff, like when I was reading about Nouvellette, because I wanted to recheck something, because this was also pre-Sumeru quest, like the last Sumeru quest, because I had a theory that Nahida's authority was gonna die, and that Apep was gonna have full authority. And I was saying that I don't think the Archon themselves have to die in order for the dragons to gain authority. I think the only thing that needs to die is the authority itself, not the Archon. So that's what I thought was gonna happen. I thought Apep was gonna break Nahida's authority, or Nahida was gonna break her own authority by learning the truth, not using wisdom. Because I thought she was gonna use the forbidden truth. Again, that was a whole big thing. And that was pre last Sumero quest. So, anyways, I thought all of that. And then I was looking at Neuvillette, because obviously with Neuvillette, he gained his authority from Fossilor. And I was saying that Fossilor necessarily didn't have to die in order for him to gain the authority. The thing is that she used her own authority against Celestia because she's justice, and she deemed Celestia guilty. So in order to like break her authority and cast judgment on Celestia by deeming them guilty is killing herself and giving the power back to Neuvillette. So it it was it was the authority being challenged and broken in order for Neuvillette to gain his full authority back. It's not because of Forcelor's death. That was also the thing I was talking about before, which I'm talking about it now. But anyways, so that's what it was. And then when I was looking up about Neuvillette and the authority, because I also wanted to see if there was stuff about his pre-authority, or pre-human, when he had his full authority, but pre-human. Um, they were talking about in the Hoyo wiki, they were talking about Neuvillette being the dragon of justice, but there wasn't really too much information. Then they talked about the thing of like one of those readables in damn, what's that place called? In Romeru, which I talked about that many times before. That it kind of sounds like they might have been another Hydro Dragon that people tried to recreate because they thought Neuvillette was never gonna be alive or come back alive. So they were gonna artificially make one. But anyways, it was all of that. And then I saw about Neuvillette. That Fossilor died, he gained this authority, and then it came out and said that Archons have to die in order for a dragon to have full authority, which does not make any sense because they literally did not say that in the game. I think they're only saying that because Fossilor did die in the game, but that's not how he got his authority back. I mean, yeah, that's part of it, but it's the fact that Fossilor challenged Celestia using the rules that they gave her. She used that same rules, applied it to Celestia, broke the authority right there, so there's no Hydro Archon anymore. And that is how Neuvillette got his full authority back. And then, of course, with Fossilor's death. But if Fossilor had some other way of deeming Celestia guilty, and the Archonship would have broke right there, and she would have figured a way to give the power to Neuvillette while keeping her alive, I'm pretty sure she would have done it. So, the fact of the Holy Wiki saying that the Archon has to die, I know. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it's just like, Xabalanque. Xabalanque did a deal with Renova, had the power of Renova in him, and then fought the Pyro Dragon. So he already had his authority, well, a little more authority because of Renova. And then the Pyro Archon was still alive with their authority also. And then they fought. So, I mean, it's the opposite of what Neuvillette did. But the whole like authority thing of like the person has to die in order for someone to be a full, like, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I just don't know. And while I was also reading that, they also mentioned that the reason the Cryo Dragon, which again, nothing should be mentioned about the Cryo Dragon besides that there is a Cryo Dragon because there's no information about it. It was also said that the reason why the Cryo Dragon hasn't appeared is because the Sarista like did something with the authority. Like, what are you talking about? Like, where do you get this information from? And that's supposed to be like a whole wiki thing. Like, what? And then also the not Pyro, the Electro Dragon, another thing we don't know about. I don't know. It's just, I really don't know. That's why, again, you gotta be careful when you look at the Hoyo wiki stuff, because it's just, yeah, I don't know where the hell they get some of that stuff from. It feels like I'd be talking, when I read some of that stuff, it feels like I'd be talking to, like, that one person I was talking to a couple months ago about Star Rail and about Akron. Oh, Lord, that conversation was, whew. I wish I would have known the stuff. I knew some, but I didn't know a lot. But the stuff that they were saying about Akron, they were talking like if Akron was an Eon themselves. And then I was like, alright, I'll search up, I'll watch this trailer, I'll watch that trailer, I'll read this, I'll read that. Bro, like, where the hell are you getting all that information from? She is not consumed by so much nihility that nihility cannot kill her. Like, where the fuck did you get that from? You're like, you're like, what? I don't know. Like, bro. And then you know what was my favorite thing? Because we was talking about other stuff also. And then the like, oh my god, the Kafka. Because the same person who was talking about Akron was talking about Kafka, and the person came out and said that there was there's two different versions of Kafka, and one version of Kafka is the one where she gets kidnapped and Blade saves her. That's one. And then the second version of Kafka is when you play that two truths one lie or two truths two lies, whatever it is. When you play that game with her back at um the Cienjo place, I forgot the name of it. But yeah, there were two different Kafkas. Like, what the hell are you talking about? And then I was like questioning, like where are you even getting all this from? And then it talked about like the eye of Initia, that the eye of Initia reacted this way in certain way. And I was like, what? Like it was Fushuan that was using it on Kafka. Kafka wasn't using it on Fushuan. Like dude, it was a whole thing. And then the guy kept on just saying like, "Oh, it's implied." That was his favorite thing. Every single thing that I would question and he didn't have an answer, he would be like, "It's implied." Like when we was also talking about Finon, he came out. He was like, "Finon is the weakest of the Emanators." God, you're crazy. I don't even know why the hell I allowed that. That was wild. But then he came out. He was like, "Oh, it's implied." Yeah. And even Akron being the strongest emanator, that might have some truth to it. For now, I honestly really don't know. But anyways, he was like, "Oh, it's implied she's like the strongest ever." Ever is like crazy. For right now, I still don't know. We have to see. I mean, maybe she is up there. I'm not making it seem like she's weak. I mean, she is the self-annihilator that's gonna kill Nihility and create a new path. Because I also still have that theory that certain self-annihilators are gonna become the new paths of what they kill. So like Finon would be a new destruction, Acheron would be a new Nihility, and whoever is going after Harmony and they're playable will also be a new Harmony. But yeah, that's a whole different thing. But yeah, it was like we was talking about so much stuff, and then even the trailer about what if, like if we didn't go to Emphorius again, everything was like, oh, it's implied. Dude, that was like, good lord. I mean, it's okay to say that you're wrong or you just don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. I literally admit I'm wrong a lot. I got so much stuff wrong, and then I get stuff right. And if I don't know, I don't know. I don't know. It's like people just need to have this like perfect identity for whatever bizarre reason. Anyways, I don't even know why the hell I'm going down that road of blabbing. But oh, now that I remember about the the possibility of a second dragon. When I was watching the live stream and they were talking about Badyanista, I believe that's how you probably say her name, the singer in Shaznaya. They talked about her being an imp, which was pretty interesting because, well, we do know of imps because I haven't done the quest. I just saw I need to do the quest. But I did see like a recap of Linnea's quest, and at the end of it, which I was also right, um, because I originally said that Flynn's is a Fae, and he's a Fae that's connected to lanterns. And then throughout Non-Cry, they were talking about Faes, and then they said that there's like five, six, or seven around there, like confirmed type of Faes, and none of them was like connected to lanterns. So I said that's impossible. How do you explain Flynn's? Flynn's is not a previous type of Fae who does like lantern magic or whatever, because they don't do like, I mean, they don't do like that type of magic that seems like alchemy. I think that's why the series still banned alchemy, because it reminds her of like certain type of magic. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that in Linnea's quest, um, when you talk to that other girl who's the same type of Fae as Linnea, which is I believe they're Jack Frost if I'm not mistaken. I believe both of them is Jack Frost. But anyways, they talk about like a lantern Fae. They mention like four or five other Faes. So there should be like 12 total different Faes that's now confirmed. 12 or 13. But I do remember during that conversation she mentioned imps. And then there was a different conversation with something else. I don't remember what that one was from. It might have been from an event or a world quest. I don't think it was from an Archon quest. That it was talking about Paimon. And someone was trying to figure out what Paimon was. And then that person mentioned a whole bunch of stuff. Like a djinn, um, uh, a imp, a fairy, a fae, it's like a whole bunch of stuff. Again, I can't remember all of them. And then you see Vanista, or Varyanista, I think. And then in the live stream, they confirm that she's an imp. But I don't know. She don't really look. She looks kind of normal-ish compared to other people. And then it showed Danica, where she's Electro Stellar Pin. I'm gonna get back to that. Um, but yeah, it showed her, and then when it showed like the back of her, it showed like if she almost had something that looked like a mermaid tail. So like, what the hell is she? Is she supposed to be like some siren type of thing? And the back of it looks a little bit. Hold on. It looks a little bit like this one. Wait, I don't have her. Like this girl, and she's connected to the bishops. And we still don't know her connection to the damn the whale. I don't even understand why they showed that. But yeah, they looked at like that. Not as long, but like the two fin bottom parts. I'm still mad that they didn't explain fully what the hell her story is. That's a whole different rant. That's a different rant for another day. It's like earlier I said, it's like they have a whole bunch of stories that's just incompleted. And then they create these paradox things to try to fix incompleted stuff. Anyways, um, but yeah, that's what it looked like that Nika had. So is she connected to Bishops? And if she's connected to Bishops, is she also connected to Faze? I mean, she has to be connected to Faze somehow. And if that's the case, what the hell is the connection right there? I don't know. Just a lot of questions. But yeah, as I said, the thing with Vanyanista, I don't know. Hearing that she was an imp threw me off. Cause I thought she would probably be like a siren or something. Since sirens sing, I thought she would be a siren. But I really don't know. And then they also mentioned Jack Frost in the live stream, which also threw me off because didn't they just said that Linnea and the other girl was basically the last of the Jack Frost? So how is there more in Shesnaya? I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, that's kind of everything. Oh, and then the stellar linchpins. So when they were talking about Danica, um, they said she was a housemaid for like many royal generations. So I wonder if she was around when the Tsar became the Tsar. Because in the thing that I showed earlier about Ixena, which she could possibly be the eighth witch, they also talk about like other, but they don't name them by name. But they talk about other royal people. Some of them I think they name them by name. But anyways, they talk about other royal people, and then maids and uh, and alchemy scientists and all that stuff. So I wonder if she was around during that time. And if she was, that again would make sense for her to get a stellar linchpin because around that time would have also been when the Tsar met the third descender and then, they try to wage war on Celestia and whatnot. So I can see that. But yeah, speaking of stellar linchpins, I don't I don't even understand what is the point of delusions. And what is the point of stellar linchpins also? Because nobody knows how they get those. I feel like it has to do something with fate somehow. Like you broke your own fate. But if you broke your own fate, why some other people don't have stellar linchpin? Well, I mean, those who broke fate don't need any type of visions. The captain didn't need one. The Tory didn't need one. Columbina didn't need one. So I guess people who are quote unquote ordinary or quote unquote humans, if they break their fate while being human, they get stellar linchpins. I guess I really don't know. And then again, the delusions. I mean, yeah, to make them and produce them and to give them to their soldiers so they have power to fight and whatnot. But then why does the stellar linchpins just not appear and just go to them? And if it's not due to something with fate, then like with Sandrone, why is she like the exception for right now? Because Danica is not in the game, so until the next update, then we could mention her. But like literally right now, that's playable or NPC or anything like that, the only person who has a linchpin is Sandrone. So I really don't know. And who does it come from? Is it the third descender? If it is, how? How does it come from him? He's supposed to be dead. So, if it's the Sarista, how does it come from the Sarista? There's just, I don't know. There's literally like too much. It would be funny if it probably comes from that little boy. The Sarista's son. He's probably the one giving the linchpins. But I really don't know. I really do not know. But yeah, I think that's basically everything. I did not think it was gonna be this long. I mean, it's fine. I had to just blab everything. Or yap about everything. I need to stop saying blabbing. When I say blab, it makes it seem like I'm just saying nonsense. Which some parts could be seen as nonsense. Because this is theories at the end of the day. And then some other stuff I was talking about, like actual facts in the game and whatnot. But, I don't know. Yeah, and then basically that's kind of everything with the live stream. Because the trailer was good. Renova attacking Paimon. Oh my god. This is exactly why we don't need a skip button in Genshin. In the Temple of Space, it was revealed that Osmodee was working with the Abyss sibling. When I was watching the live stream, and even like post after the live stream and some like short videos on YouTube, I was seeing a whole bunch of people say that the reason why Renova is attacking Paimon and trying to kill Paimon is because Paimon is Osmodee, and Osmodee has been working with the Traveler. And then they try to go back to the trailer about like Renova coming out and saying that the meeting used to be four, but the other one is serving a new master. They try to use that as like proof that Paimon is Osmodee serving the Traveler. When literally the Temple of Space Quest says that Osmodee is working with the Abyss sibling. Like, oh lord. Dude, I swear the stuff that you see, man. And then people be like so confident in saying it, like if it's a fact, it's crazy to me. Like, how? How? Literally, how? It's insane. But, anyways, I think she's attacking Paimon not because of the identity, because no one knows Paimon's identity. Paimon doesn't even know her own identity. I'm pretty sure she's a Voyager. That's a different discussion. But I'm pretty sure Renova's doing that to break the Traveler. Because think of it as this. Dottore kidnapped Columbina and was going to attack Columbina. And the Traveler, you could basically say he kind of broke. Because if you watch that fight closely, every single swing of the blade, he was trying to cut and kill him. He was trying to cut off Dottore's head and kill him. He was always aiming for the neck. It was 100% he was trying to kill him. And then that thing broke. Columbina disappeared. She went into the little moon thingy, which I also would have loved to still learn more about. That's a different discussion also. But then she disappeared. The Traveler started falling into the water. Dottore also disappeared. So we already saw a glimpse of how the traveler gets with specific people. And Paimon is the closest one to the traveler so far. So if Renova attacks Paimon, that will really send the traveler over the edge. And they might stray away from their Descender mission, which is obviously to break fate. But yeah. So that's what I think is happening. I don't think she's killing Paimon because she knows some secret identity of something or whatever. I don't think that's the case. And you know what's also pretty interesting that I don't see a lot of people talk about? When when the traveler is using electric or electro to fight Renova, they're like pretty balanced off. Okay, I'm gonna sidetrack for a little bit because that wasn't my original point. But as soon as I said that, it reminded me of Shogun. So I recently saw a post about like how Renova appears when they fight the Traveler, and it's like almost the same type of format of like Shogun appearing to fight the Traveler, and they were saying that that's like the reason why Shogun did that is because she's mimicking Renova. And then now, all of a sudden, people finally connecting the dots. I've been saying this ever since it was revealed that Renova was working with the Pyro Archons. Excuse me. In how the moons did certain things of like aspects of life, then the shades were like copies of the moon, and then they also started doing certain aspects of life, and then it was tied to like elements with like Isharoth is like wind, and then Nibirius is like hydro and dendro and etc etc. I've been saying it for the longest time, and people are finally now realizing that Electro is connected to Renova, or Shogun is connected to Renova, because it makes, bro. Look, I've shown this so many times, and I'm gonna show it again. It makes absolutely no sense that this, mind you, this was pre-Archon Shogun. Pre-Archon. So she didn't have a Gnosis. She didn't have no freaking secret power or whatever. Well, she did have a secret power. She did deal with Renova. But no other known power. She was just basically a regular god. Like the Salt God, the any other gods. That's the only one I could think of right now. The Salt God. But anyways, she didn't have like no like thing to her. She wasn't like no mysterious like like blessed warrior or some crap like that, or an archon. She stood on the top of right here. She swung her sword all the way over here, and she killed this snake creature, or Bashi or something like that. I think that's how you say the name. And killed it. Rip through the land, broke all of this, killed the god, and when that happened, she ripped open the sky. The only two other people that's confirmed for right now that ripped open the sky was Dottore and I was about to say Arlecchino and Mavuka when she punched the abyss. So explain that. How the hell does Shogun do that? It's obvious. It's so obvious where she got the power from. It's been Renova this entire time. Everything that she does mimics Renova also. Her whole like eternity, uh the freaking even that like statue thing in Imazuma. Like that seems like an angel of like death type of thing also. Like it's just everything just seemed it was connected to Renova. And even when you do her ultimate, she like covers one eye, has the blade, then like behind her, like an eye appears. When you fight her in the weekly boss thing, the same thing, like the eye appears, and even hold on, do I have it? Even in this, I don't think I have it. Maybe I do. No, no, maybe not. Where is it? I'm pretty sure in her name card, it literally also shows an eye. There's been literally so much stuff that connects her to Renova, and like literally nobody was talking about it before. Like, how the hell did people just did not? Oh, what is that? Okay, no, I'm gonna distract myself. We could save that for another day because I think I know where this sea of flowers stuff leads to, but I need to do more stuff on that, research on that. I believe that's the pinpoint, basically the middle of the actual universe, and it probably leads into other galaxies. Did I just skip it or? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, right there. The eye, and it's her name card. It's just like I just literally do not understand why people did not see that before, and now they're realizing it, because when Renova appears and she fights, it's like the same demeanor of Shogun appearing and fighting the first time we see her. But there was so much more other and better evidence than walking. Like, but anyways, uh, yeah. So she's always had the power with Renova, and it will also explain because when you do a deal with Renova, there has to be similar to like a contract involved. A death has to happen, and I'm pretty sure this was unintentional because knowing Shogun, she would not have made that deal. But she probably said something like, "I would do anything for like this type of power to protect Imazuba" or some shit like that. That that's just what I'm thinking. So Renova gave her her power. She used the power, killed Orobashi. I believe it. Again, that's how you say the dude's name. Ripped open the sky also, which is crazy. Did not get punished for that, which is another thing. But to be fair, really nobody gets punished anymore. That's a different subject. but uh, but yeah. And then her sister died. So I'm pretty sure that was the end of Shogun's bargain. Unintentionally, her end of her bargain. Because a death has to happen. Because when people did the deal with when the Pyro Archons, not just one Archon, because it's all of them, that does a deal with Renova for the Abyss War in Natlon. the end of that deal is that the Pyro Archon has to die by Renova's hand. That's the end of the deal. So they use her power, fight enemies, and then they basically have to give themselves up for Renova to collect. So for Shogun, it's literally the same thing. But it wasn't her, it was her sister. But anyways, before I went down that little rabbit hole, um, when the Traveler was using Electro to fight Renova, it was pretty evenly matched. Um, well, a little more so on Renova's part, because she was able to block the attack with a finger. But, he still had power to it. It's not like she put the finger in, he stood still and was like frozen, like with Arlecchino the first time. Oh, dude, I would love to see that fight again. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is that they were fighting, and then she did manage to kind of like fling him like back, and he went back and he lost the sword. And then he started using Animo, and he created like a ball, and Renova again tried to block it, but he went through like the block and like broke it, and he even managed to scratch Renova on the shoulder, and her eyes kind of like widened a little. So I wonder, not to say like Animal's the strongest, because I don't think that's the case. I think it's Geo because of Zhongli. It's a little bit of a different rabbit hole. I'll say it very quickly, even though I said this on YouTube also before. But I believe Zhongli's contract with Celestia is that during wartime, he will ascend to a quote-unquote Feinese level and lead the Archons in war and basically like kill everybody. So that's what I think it is. And I think that's why he's the strongest. And probably Geo would also be the strongest in terms of elemental strength. But with the Traveler using Animal, I think that is stronger. And I'll explain why. Because of Venti's blessing. Because Venti personally blessed the Traveler. And Venti obviously is someone much more stronger and mysterious than some, Animal Archon. There's way deeper stuff that goes into him. Zhongli also. But I think Venti is connected to the third Descender. Because the Venti form that we see now is not even his true form. It's his friend's form that he took over after his friend died. And then the form that we see now, they continued the rebellion in Storm Terror. They defeated Decarabian, most likely sealed him at the bottom of the tower. That's not confirmed. I wish they would confirm that shit already. What the hell happened to him? But anyways, um, yeah. And then he started playing the lyre, playing a song that Ishiroff never even heard of before, which should not make any sense unless, again, he's something much more powerful, like a Descender. But anyways, so since his blessing throughout, well, since his blessing in the beginning of the Traveler's journey, and then throughout the Traveler's journey, Animal is literally what saves him. Whether it was Zhao, Wanderer, him saving other Archons, using Anemo. Anemo always seems to be the strongest, specifically for the Traveler. So, with him doing that against Rodolpha and breaking through, even scratching her and making her eyes widen, like she's probably thinking like how the hell he did that. That says a lot. But it does make you wonder though. Even though my theory is him being connected to the third descender, or originally being the third descender himself, it really does make you wonder. Why even choose to be an Archon? Because let's say if I'm wrong, right? Let's say he's not he's not the third descender, or not even connected to the third descender. What if he's just what's the word? An outsider. I believe there's another word to it, but an outsider like Skirk, or the Voyager, or somebody else. Why choose to be an Archon and like forcefully trap yourself into Vet and have a fate? But then again, I don't know, because when Mona tried to read his fate, she just saw like a bunch of wind. But I feel like that is probably with Isharov helping. But I really don't know. But yeah, that's a whole different, entirely different discussion. Because that would lead into the Four Descenders. But yeah. But speaking of Descenders, this quest. Because at the ending, it was revealed that Ninin has been doing this same quest over and over and over. So basically, she's stuck in a loop. Funny enough, the moon basically shows that it has its own fate. So, again, I believe fate in its entirety is this little bubble universe, not only Tibet the planet. But that's not the point of me bringing that up. The point is that she did this over and over and over. It makes me wonder how many times she did this. Who were the other people that did this with her? Was it the Traveler? And if it was the Traveler, that would also probably mean that the sibling would have had to have done it more than likely, right? And if he did that, did he do it with Dansmith? I don't know. There's a lot of questions. I think I have more questions about Ninin and her own cycles of repeating the same mission over and over, even though I think now it's actually broken because of the fourth descender, which is Leming or Ether. For me, Leming. But yeah, just makes you wonder. And if it was the Traveler that done it before, and it's like a loop. How does the loop, like, I don't know. Well, if they reach the Sea of Flowers with the two siblings, and if it is actually in the middle of like a galaxy, and then it like either destroys and then resets itself, and then the Sea of Flowers is where it blooms again, and then that galaxy is created, then I don't know. Then is the point of Tibet in this like little bubble being created is to escape a loop, but they just still live within a loop itself? I really don't know. It's a very, very long, complicated thought process. I really don't know. And I still very much believe in the theory of the Abyss sibling is not a real sibling. There's no such thing as twins. It's the Traveler is the true person, and then the Abyss sibling is Fanny's going inside the spaceship and duplicating the Traveler. That's how you get the sibling. So I think the quote unquote sibling, which is like the Abyss sibling, is just secretly Fanny's as a copy of the Traveler. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot to think about, and especially this Sea of Flower things it has to be like the middle point of something, because when Ninan activates the message and then she disappears, Kalabina Traveler and Paimon leaves, the message plays out, and it's both Looming and Ether talking that we see or we hear your message talking to the moon gazers, that we hear your message, we seeing like different planets or whatever, and this message would be like a beacon of light in the universe and all that other stuff. It basically makes it seem like the moon is kind of like the starting place of just some inter intergalactic travel or something. Because now there's no like one single race in the galaxy or universe or whatever, that there's multiple. So I don't know. I really don't know. It was a pretty interesting message. But like I said, I'm honestly more interested in Ninen's part of her repeating the cycle over and over. Because just how many times she's done this before. And the thing is, if she'd done this like multiple times, like, did all of the crazy stuff of like New Balon, the trapping the three moons, and creating that death beam thing to fight the Celestia, and even the first Descender appearing here also, like how many times has this happened before? Or is it just like her specific part that's happened multiple times? I don't know. It's just endless. endless thought process for now. Because unfortunately, we're probably not gonna get much more stuff about this. Again, another incompleted story just put to the side. But yeah, I think with that, honestly, that's all right. I think that's basically officially kind of everything now. Because I went through, even though I haven't went through every single minute detail of Zenless Zone, Star Rail, Neverness, Wuwa, and Arknights. I need to catch up on Arknights anyway. But anyways, I did talk about what I feel like is like the real most important stuff. And stuff I was talking about throughout the time I haven't been here and I've just been only on Twitch. And then of course the live stream. Which good live stream, but it could have been so much better. Could have been way better. The quality of life stuff they just did not add, which is crazy. I don't know why they're waiting. It would be kind of dumb. Maybe this is what they're doing because 7.1 will be the anniversary update. So maybe they're waiting for all the quality of life stuff for that update. But like I said, that's kind of dumb because the next update is literally the beginning of Shaznaya. It's the beginning of a new region, a new everything. So why not add that stuff at the beginning? Why save it for the anniversary? But I don't know. We just have to wait and see. And if they don't add it in the anniversary, oh boy. Oh man. What a riot that will cause. But anyways, there was that. The trailer was amazing. The reveal of the Sharista and Conrians, it was also pretty cool, but I just cannot make any sense of it. It makes no sense right now. The talks of like creatures like imps and Jack Frost. Jack Frost is another one. I thought the last two was uh Linnea and the other girl. Imps. I don't know how that girl's an imp. She should probably be a siren. Why does Danica have that fishtail thing like Kokomi? So yeah. We just have to wait and see. Oh, they also updated, which is still so stupid. I do not understand why. Hold on, let me show. I literally do not understand why. With this, you can't get like a person. It makes no sense. Oh, I can't see the choices. Oh, whatever. But yeah, it's like her, and then the standard, Nilu, um, Hutao, Ganyu, Shenhe. Basically all the earlier people. And then in the live stream, they added the people of Fontaine and Mizuki in the constellation thing. But like I said, again, I don't understand why. Like if a person wants Klee and they don't have Klee, why can't you pick Klee, do the 8-week things, and then by the 8th week, besides getting a constellation, you get Klee. And then the following year, you'll be able to do the constellation for Klee. It's just so dumb. I literally don't understand why they did it like that. And it's only for constellations. For constellations that a majority of people, not like day one and early people, but a majority of the people what joined like Fontaine and above. That's when the huge gigantic wave of Genshin players started from Fontaine and above. So a majority of the people do not have Klee, Albedo, Shenhe, literally all the early people. Because two things. They do not rerun them. They put them in, and then the second one, they put them in these little chronicle things, and the chronicle things is just random. I mean, you could get lucky like I do and actually get the people. I think I've only lost like one person. No, no, not one person. On this account, I think it was like one person. I think I've lost more weapons in all my accounts together than I did with people. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is that it's not guaranteed. So you're still like losing out. And that excuse of, because I know this was a big thing back then, that excuse of like, oh yeah, but people put money into the game and they C6 these people and C6 the weapons, and okay, then why you don't have that same energy for Zenla Zone and for Star Rail, especially Star Rail. Star Rail, they basically given like all 1.0, 2.0 people out for free. like, like what is your excuse for that? It's fine there and it's fine in Zenless Zone, but it's not fine in Genshin. Like, why is Genshin the exception? It's just stupid. It literally makes no sense. So, I mean, yeah, fine, it's cool. They added people more into the constellation. Now you're not forced to only pick the standard. But the fact that you just have to have the person to get the constellation in the first place and not just outright getting someone, like, it's dumb. I don't know. That's just what I think. I think that's just stupid. But yeah, anywho. Yeah, that's basically kind of everything. So oh, I did see I didn't see the whole thing. So I don't understand exactly what any of them do and what one of the new element is or playstyle or whatever. But I did see some gameplay of Claret and Roxy. I'm still holding on to my Roxy theory that she might be the original blueprint of the Anby clones. I'm probably gonna be wrong, but I'm still gonna stick with that theory. But with Roxy, she's a wind stunner. And then Claret, I don't know what the hell she. Oh my god, I keep hiccuping. I don't know what the hell she is. I think she's supposed to be a fire, like some new version of a defender. That's what some people were saying, but I don't even really see anything like some type of shield or whatever. So how is that like a new defender? I don't know. But apparently she has like a new like type of play style. Maybe a new element also. Because usually the new elements, when I talk about elements, I mean like fire, physical, ice, other stuff like that. The new ones is usually tied to the Void Hunters, like Miyabi, Schwangan, Ramiel, Yishuan is not a Point Hunter yet. Maybe she will be. I don't think she is. But anyway, she has a new ether version of Element. But yeah, this girl, I don't understand why she's like a new type of thing. I really don't know. And that's the thing. I don't know if it's new element and a playstyle or like a fire element with just a new playstyle. Because we just got wind. So are ready for like a new one? I mean, I don't know. I just need to see what's what. But they do look pretty fun playing with. They look pretty good. I just need to wait and see more. Or I'll probably just wait to see the official stuff. Because knowing my luck, I'll probably start seeing story stuff, and that's stuff I do not want to see. Yeah, because I stopped going out and looking for animations because the last couple times that that I've been doing that, especially for Genshin and a little bit of Star Rail, the stuff that you would see with like story, it was like real bad. So I just stopped outright looking for that stuff. If I do see it, it will be like randomly, and I would watch it, and then I wouldn't get anything else. If I would get anything else, it would just be strictly animations. It will be no story, no new bosses, no new weapon, no new artifacts, or nothing like that. Just only the animations. So that's why I haven't been going out looking for stuff. Because even Wuthering Waves, I saw Ching Zhao's ultimate. I didn't see how she fights. I only saw the ultimate. And then for the dude with the Tatsu mark on his eye, Jin Ran or something like that, I seen how he fights, but I haven't seen his ultimate. So I just left it like that. The live stream comes out this week. I'll watch it then. I'm not gonna risk looking for that and then like a day later I watch some random thing and it exposes a whole bunch of voice lines of like no. That is yeah, I don't need to go through all that. Even though, because the biggest one that I saw was about Samaru, about like Dottore being Samaru and Nahida getting kidnapped and all this other stuff. Like 90% of the stuff that I saw that was quote unquote leaks just literally did not even happen. But still, I'm not gonna take the risk. I learned from that right there, that was my lesson. Stop looking at animations, or stop going to look for animations. Again, if it appears and I just see it, then I just see it. But don't go type in, you know, Hishin fighting animations or ultimate, or I just said Hishin because Hishin is gonna come out more than likely after Ching Zhao and the other dude. But anyways, yeah, so that's basically that. Hey, yeah, it's kind of everything that I've been playing, and theories I was right and wrong about. Theories that still just have to wait. New theories. The whole thing about the Sarista and Conria. I don't think I'm ever gonna let that go until they actually start explaining how the hell that stuff adds up. Cause I just like I literally just do not know. It makes no sense to me. It makes no goddamn sense to me. But yeah, I just gotta wait and see. Uh, In terms of streaming, it's been quite rough. A lot of stuff has been happening. So I had not even on Twitch. I haven't been as consistent as I want to, but that's just out of my control. So, but and then on here it was even worse, unfortunately. But I don't know. I know I say it every single time. I'm gonna try to find. I mean, I really do, and then it works in the beginning, and then life just catches up. It's just sometimes it's a good thing, but especially like the last basically month, dude, it's just not very good. Not good at all. I will say this. I did, however, play because I got lucky and I got into the beta Bleach Mirrors High or High Mirrors. No, I think it's Mirrors High. That was actually pretty good. It wasn't bad. It reminded me a lot of Dragon Ball Legends. I do like Dragon Ball Legends a little bit more, but with Bleach, it feels way more like control of the character that I'm fighting with, if that makes sense. To me, it feels like I have more control than I do with Legends. But it wasn't bad. I know I was seeing people talk about the gacha rates. To me, it felt fine. I got pretty lucky, so I didn't really feel anything. Um, but it was fun. It wasn't bad. And then the other one, chasing Kaleto Riders. I think that's what it's called. I know it's chasing Kaleto. I believe it's Kaleto Riders. I forgot that last part. But anyways, that game is also pretty fun. That one I actually do like. I like that. I like how you use the motorcycles to fight. And the story is pretty good also. Not bad. But then there's like some other stuff that I don't really care for. Like a romance type of thing. Yeah. I mean, it's alright also, I guess. I had to do some of them to pass certain kind of uh like the equivalent of like these things, kind of like little chapter thingies. No, it's not this. Is it? No, it's not that. What the hell is it in? Oh, it's this. Kind of like stuff like this to get past like some of those things. You will have to be doing some of that romance crap. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's alright. But the game itself is pretty good. And that one I've been getting really lucky on also. So, I mean, that's a plus, I guess. Everything else has been kind of just. Yeah. But, yeah, I know. And I'm gonna say it once again. I'm gonna try to be consistent. I'm gonna really, really try. I'm going to try to stay like that. But like I said, it's just like it could happen and it works a little bit, and then dude, it gets really rough, man. But I'm gonna try, really try, and to be on here more also, because like I said, The last, actually, you know what? Let me see real quick. Hold on. Let me see. Because I do remember the last time that I streamed here, it was the, what you call it? It was, oh no, I did one after that. Oh no, I did a couple after that. I did two more. Oh. Student of the Tory shall come. That's another great wisdom, of course. I am the greatest student. And then the Tory star student was right about the heavily Yep, damn right, I was right about the heavily principles. Exposing Elio's script. Yeah, that was 2 months ago. I really thought the last time was the the Temple of Space. Hmm. Still, that's still a long time though. 2 months ago. That's still really long. I mean, I did post stuff after about like the Twitch mod stuff, like the stories of other new missions and whatnot. But yeah. So, anyways, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there, slowly but surely. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm going to try. I don't know when, because like I said, it's been extremely busy and hectic. Life has been life has been lifing, but it's been way harder than just lifing. it's like life is destroying me, dude. I swear. I'm probably gonna spark up one stream one day and just end up. This is just gonna be like a therapy session. Yeah, I don't know. Anywho, um, yeah, it'll get better. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do one more during the week, and also try to do Twitch. I don't know. I need to see. I need to find like a type of balance. Like I don't know if like half of the week should be Twitch, the other half uh YouTube, or the couple days that I could do during the week would be Twitch, and then on the weekends YouTube. I don't know. I need to see. But all right, yeah, that's basically everything. Yeah, it's about to be almost like 20 minutes to 4. Oh, I just realized I need to. Well, I could do that after. Well, I'm about to end anyway, so. But yeah, this was it was a pretty good catch up stream. Again, talking about the other quests and other games, some of the other theories. I was right, I was wrong, still don't know, we have to wait. New theories, and then of course the live stream with the biggest one of all that I literally already said 100 times, but I need to say it like 100 more. How the hell is possible that Conrians are the descendants of the Sarista? I don't think I'm ever gonna let that go. Even if they probably do explain it, it needs to be like such an explanation that I'm just like, wow, like this changes the game for me completely. Because anything less than that, I'm just gonna find it unsatisfying. They seriously need to sit down. Everybody needs to get a pen and paper and write out a good chronological order of all this shit making sense. Because right now I just do not see it. I don't understand how that's possible. And like I also said earlier, I have a feeling they're gonna write it as the Conria that the Abyss sibling created using the Atlas, which is even gonna be more confusing than originally thought. So they seriously need to like I don't know, freaking pray to any available god. Like, just fucking make sure this shit makes sense. People need to give them divine foresight, like what Yao Guan has. Oh, speaking of Yao Guan, but yeah, people need to get like a divine foresight like Yao Guan and write a completely thorough, thought out story of how all of this lines up. But yeah, as I was saying, speaking of Yao Guan, there's another theory going around that she's like completely dead. She's in the quantum realm. Um, she's like out of like the universe. She's kind of like in a void type of thing. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's just as simple as Silverwolf and Pearl use ether editing to take Yao Guan away from a Supremod and bring her back into the Pearl Tower. I forgot the name of the tower. It was like Pearl Corp Tower or something, some crap like that. But I think that's what happened. Because before, when she would kind of like start to like phase out and disappear, it didn't look like. I had to rewatch all of them. But I know when I was talking about this before, I'm trying to remember because I did watch some of the stuff again. But she didn't like glitch like what she was glitching in front of a Supremod and a Trailblazer. I think that was the first time she was actually starting to glitch like that. Like I said before, she kind of just like disappeared in the other Plain Arcadia quest. This time looked different. It looked like if, again, like if Pearl and Silverwolf is using ether editing and trying to take her so she doesn't disappear into wherever she disappears to. Oh, and speaking about disappearing, I was also wrong about her disappearing. Because in the first quest, there was, which they still didn't even explain the 30 years. But anyways, that's not the point. The point is there was a document about Yao Guan that she has been going to the tavern hospital for 30 years, and it's about her like phasing in and out, and they really didn't know how to like cure it. And then in the last quest, when you talk to Yao Guan, she reveals how she phases in and out, and it's due to her like not being like whole or something, and some temporal. It's like a very long, complicated thing. Something with like some temporal something, and it like intertwines with like her fate, her like her rolling wheel, and again not being fully like there, like all of her essence, I guess. Um, and that's why when the Trailblazer like reads her uh Lola wheel, it's uh it's like one thing, but it should be wheel. Yeah, it's a like I said, it's a whole big thing. But anyways, I was wrong about how she phases in and out because I thought she would just go like into like a different dimension thing, which I don't. I honestly don't know how that's really gonna hold up anymore. I think that theory is just shot. There might not be like no two timeline converging, but I don't know. We just have to wait and see. But oh, and then there was another thing about Himiko making the wish to win the Phantasm Moon games, and then a shadow appeared like over the moon, and a lot of people's theorizing it's Evanencia who was the shadow. It wasn't Aha, which makes sense because even if you look at the garden where the tree is, there's like a moon reflection on it also when you look in the water. So maybe it was her who listened to Himiko's wishes and cured her weathering curse. But I think it's Akavelli who cured the weathering curse. And he did that by giving them the will to trailblaze. Since that was her wish anyway, to trailblaze. So that's what I think happened. But anyways, yeah, I think with that, that's probably it. I'll do these things another time. I didn't even know these things were here, but I'll do this stuff another time. Cause I know, yeah, I marked this. This is where it has. I don't know which one it is though, but it has one of these seals. But yeah, like I said, I'll probably do that another time. Maybe I'll do that in the next YouTube stream. I'm not sure. We'll see. And maybe I'll also do Linnea's quest. Because I got that. I got prunes. I have not done that. I still have not done the Bakunawa thing. Even though I know the story, I still haven't done it. And speaking of Bakunawa, not to restart the whole entire thing about the Sarista and Conrians, because again, it drives me crazy because I still cannot make sense of it. Not even like a tiny bit of something. But anyways, um, it's kind of interesting that the sinners didn't get cursed. Well, cursed in the same way as the regular Conrians and then the people who turn into Hilly Churls. Not in that type of way of cursed. But they kind of got cursed almost in the same way like Sarista got cursed. But it looks like the Sarista didn't even get cursed. So, I don't know. I wonder if the Sarista has like some type of abyss stuff with her. I still have the theory that Shesnaya is within a void of the abyss. We'll see how right I'm about that also. Oh, how right I am about that. But yeah, I don't know. Where was I even going with this? Oh, about the curse. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why nothing happened to the Sarista? Like to her physically. Like what happened? Like nothing happened. And then with the sinners also nothing happened. And their Rhine daughter is even worse. She ate a part of Nibirius' soul and then became a shade. Like how was that allowed? Like I don't know. I really don't know. And speaking of Rhine daughter, in the trailer when her and the Sarista's playing chess, why is Ryan daughter trying to like out talk the Sharista and fighting Celestia? Is it because like it interferes with like the Sinner's plan of fighting Celestia? And what the hell even their plan really is? Because it seems like all of them is all over the place and they're not working with each other. So what the hell happened with Varottitir? Like we only just heard of his name. Revere was like that before. We only just heard of the name. But in Not Cry he appeared and had a gigantic role. And then the other people we know stuff about them, but Haraptatir we know nothing. So yeah. And if he's the one that's targeting Phanes, because each sinner is targeting something specific also. Like Revere was death. Um Vedofenir is Isharoth. Rhine daughter was Rhine daughter life? I don't know. I don't remember. I know there's like the weapon skins, which I'm want to talk about that after. There's like weapon skins about the Stygerson thing, and it talks about the sinners and their targets. But yeah, again, I don't even understand what the hell these guys are doing anymore. Like, what is their plan? And why try to convince Sarista to back out of her own plan? Try to sway her different, like sway her differently. And then Renova. I just realized this also because in the live stream she appears and she talks to the traveler, and then she gets mad about interfering in Shaznaya affairs. So does she also want the Sarista to kill her so fate could be sealed? I don't know. There's way too much stuff. But anyways, um, oh, the weapons. Oh, hold on. I actually screenshotted the one weapon that they did show. I didn't read the description because in the next update, there's gonna be a new skin for those Stygerson weapons, and the short sword is called Golden Golden Bow or Golden Bow of Nemo Renesis. I don't know what the hell Nemo Renesis is. Anyways, the description: a glorious illusionary weapon that emerged from the depths of the ley lines. It could change its appearance based on the elemental type of the wielder. It is said that in an ancient beyond all recollection, a divine envoy of the high heavens bestowed this long sword upon the high priest of Arcadia. That's Arcadia. I've heard that a couple times throughout previous quests. Arcadia. What the hell is this Arcadia? Anyways, granting them the right to lead the holy city, blessed by the thousand winds. Oh, okay. So I wonder if, because we know almost like all regions have like this special golden heaven city, right? Deshred had one, the Face had one, Hyperborea. Hyperborea was kind of like the promised land. Was sort of. Elysium was the major one. Remus wanted to do the same thing. The God of Salt wanted to do the same thing. So I'm pretty sure in Mondstadt, Arcadia would have been that golden perfect city for the people of Mondstadt. Or Storm Terror. Either or. Which is funny because I know I said this many times before, that I believe when Hyperborea was destroyed and the phase spread out, that the phase went to specific areas and then they adapted to that area with an angel who was with them. And then from that, they started this whole thing of like what the phase were trying to do originally, create this perfect golden high heavens, golden city, the perfect realm to like, or perfect place to live in. That's probably why in every single region throughout Tibet, they have that little uh, dream of a golden perfect city. And it's because of the face. They spread out with an angel. Because I believe an angel went to, obviously, an angel went to Sumeru, the goddess of flowers. I think an angel went to Fontaine, Natlon, Imizuma, Mondstadt, Leeway. So that's what I think. But but yeah. Alright, I think with that that's basically everything. I think the only other little thing is dude, these polling has been like, oh man, it's been devastating. I've lost a lot of 50-50s. A lot. It's crazy. But I didn't get Sandrone. I didn't get Nicole. I didn't get Lohan. Um, I did get Nicole on one specific account because that was the account I was gonna try to C6 her, but that didn't work out. Um, but yeah, and then the banner chains, and I pulled for Shogun's weapon, and that's what I got. Shao's weapon, which makes no sense because Shao is not even in the standard banner. So why is his weapon still in the standard? Might as well just still keep Shao in the standard. It's just stupid. I swear. Dude, Genshin is like severely behind. They didn't even show anything about like changing like 50-50 losses. Again, their other games have that. Zenless literally just added it. That you could swap out certain people for others. And Star Rail been doing it for what, like a year already? That you could swap out certain people. And they just added more like a couple months ago. And Genshin, still nothing. But yeah. I mean, it's a good weapon, but still, I pulled something specific. Like, just trying to get her weapon. Speaking of pulling for stuff, I don't know how true this is. I have Nobody has literally like clearly explained Silver Palace, but apparently it's 25.75 for a character, and the way that it works is you have like up to 100. So let's say you do the first 10 and you get a standard, then it doesn't reset because you still have to reach all the way up to 100. So from like if you do 110, get a standard, like your pity is still the same, so you could go all the way up to 100, and then on 100 you get the character. But if you do a 10, get a standard, and then like at the 40th pull you get the main character or the character on the banner, then it resets the whole entire thing. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that's exactly how it works. Again, nobody has clearly explained how that shit works. People, I feel like they're just talking in circles and just not making sense. Nobody's showing like examples. The only thing that I'm understanding is the 25.75, and you have up to 100 to get someone guaranteed. So, if it is true that it works like the first version I said it, I'm gonna just use Genshin the equivalent. Like like if I do a 10 and I get Chi Chi, pity won't reset. I'll just have to keep on going until I get the next gold, which the maximum will be at 100, and then I get Kalavina. If it is like that, then is that necessarily a bad thing? I mean, the odds are pretty low. It basically kind of shows that you're kind of forced to do the full 100. But again, like I said, if you pull and you get like a Chi Chi, it doesn't reset. It still stays the same. You just have to keep on going. Is that necessarily really, really bad? And that's if it works like that. Like I said, I have not seen anyone who fully explains the whole thing correctly. So, I don't know. And then for the weapons, it's just split 50-50. So it works basically like how this game works. Or, I shouldn't say this game. It works like how, well, actually, I could say this game. It works like how the characters work in this game. 50-50. So, that's how the weapon works in Silver Palace. And that one is not a you lose the first 10 and then you keep on going to the 100. It's not like that. That one you lose and then it like resets the pity. That's the only one I understand. The character, I'm not sure. But okay, now I think actually that's kind of everything. I mean, I do have some like other stuff, like theories I could yap about, but we could save that for another time. I wanted to talk about the really important stuff and the live stream. So, yeah, the little stuff we could just save later. Another stream. And like I said, maybe another stream I'll probably do these. Especially this one I'm most interested in because this probably leads here. And I want to see what can I do with this? what information I could get out of. If it's only unlocking this and you could just sit on the wing, I'm gonna be so pissed off. There better be some type of information. But yeah, alright. I will seriously try. Even though I did before, and sometimes I did, I'm not gonna lie. But I have before. It really has not worked out, unfortunately. But I'm going to try to keep a balance between the Twitch and YouTube. And hopefully this week I could probably do another one on YouTube. So we will see. We will see. Alright. Now with that, I'm done. Pretty good stream. I let everything I was thinking out. A majority of stuff I was thinking out. But alrighty. Alright. Until then.